Alright, hello, we're just gonna jump right into this because there's been a series of fuck-ups from behind the scenes to get the stream going, apparently. I was like, okay, I need to stream tonight. Ovo was busy, so we can't do Donkey Kong Country. So, maybe Mahjong. And I was like, wait a minute, no, I can't keep pushing back Steins Gate. I can't keep doing that. We have to make progress on Steins Gate. And then I said to myself, but I also haven't made a schedule in a while. And by a while, I mean like a week. I mean, last week I think was the first time in a while we made a schedule, and then I fucked that up. So I was like, okay, let me just make a schedule real quick, because there's like 3 things that I can list on it. Alright, we can list Steins Gate tonight, we can list Book Club Thursday, and we can list frickin' Sailor Moon on Sunday. And then a random possibility for Saturday. You never know. So I'm like, okay, I basically have the map of what we got this week going, so I can just make the schedule real quick. And then there were several things I was fucking up with that. I was like, all right, this is ready, export all that, post those, link in the Discord, and then I realized I didn't update the dates on the schedule. So I deleted those posts, updated the dates, reposted them, repinged, boom, you got pinged like twice for that. Then I had everything ready. By the way, I was also battling with VTube Studio, because VTube Studio had stopped connecting between my phone and my desktop version of VTube Studio, because our internet has gone out like twice today, probably due to the rain or storm or whatever. And it went out while I was in the middle of trying to connect the two, and then it became a process, and I had to restart my computer fully for it to fix. So I was like, well, shit. There's a lot of things going on here. By the way, that note right there, okay, means that there's a chance my power may go out. If my power goes out, I'm gonna have a Joker moment, okay? And I may just end streaming. We might not stream again tonight, okay? Water. I'm just telling you right now, it's time to drink water, okay? Then I finally got everything ready. I finally got all the posts ready. I'm finally ready to go live. Then I type in the title, or so I started typing in the updated title, but usually I've been typing it on the Twitch dashboard, and then I just go live. This time I'm trying to get used to updating these things from the OBS Studio like dock that they have built in, because it's easy to just write these and then hit done, and then it does it like that. I started typing it in, and I was like, Steins Gate, wait, what was the name of the chapter? And I went to go look at the schedule, got the name of the chapter, and then I went to make the not Facebook, we don't post this on Facebook, on the Twitch and the Twitter and the Blue Sky posts. So I put those on there, and I forgot to go back and actually put it in the title thing here. Not only did I forget to do that, so it just said Steins Gate, I also forgot to actually hit the done button on the title update and category update. So when I went live, it told everybody that we were streaming Higurashi Book Club. And Asta came in and said, I think it's wrong, unless I slept too long and missed something or whatever. And I'm like, fuck, wait, I forgot to hit done. So I hit done, but then I realized I forgot to actually finish updating the title. So it just said Steins Gate. The title of the stream was just Steins Gate. That was it. Honestly, that would make my life easier if I was just doing shit like that. But we're not doing things like that, okay? We're labeling our shit properly so that people can see things. Can you imagine that? Could you imagine that? So, everything's posted, everything's great, okay? Everything's all good, there's no problems. The only issue is that the going live notification may have just told people that it's Higurashi Book Club time. It is not Higurashi Book Club time. I tried to, once I noticed it, I just hit stop stream and then start stream again, which triggered ads to play again, but I don't know if it triggered a corrected live alert. I have no idea. I attempted it though, can't say I didn't try. Ow. Hello, Shadow. And also, hello, Aztec. I saw both of you were in here already. Luckily enough, when I restarted the stream, neither of you had remembered to do any, like, login redeems, so you didn't get to log in twice. Okay, so what do we got here for messages? Stream elements lies, or I blacked out for a few days. Yep, I got that one. Seems like chat made a mistake. Okay, well, I wrote it down, not fully, but I intended to update it, and I just forgot to hit done listen. Okay. And this is where I restarted it, and then check the calendar, chap. It's Thursday. Both you and Aztec have been in a coma. Oh, I see. Sounds like you need a cold one. I had a Mountain Dew earlier. That's cold enough. Do I ever remember to log in? I mean, yeah, sometimes. Sometimes. You guys should be remembering to do this every single stream. Maybe one day I'll stop being lazy and I'll actually do the work to make it so that something like this appears when you log in. I don't know if it would be this image, but I remember we were working on this at some point. And it's supposed to be like this pops up when you log in. But then I was like, I don't want to do this through Mix It Up. I want to do this through this other thing. And then I didn't figure out how to do it through the other thing yet. I should log in, yet I don't. These fucking lab members, these crab mems, the crab members are just not doing their goddamn job here in the winter labs. How are we supposed to get our research done? I do that occasionally though. Oh, I see. Oh, and the first redeem, I see, that's what you're referring to. First redeem is always up for grabs. Okay. Alright, all that bullshit aside, we have Steins Gate here. We have Lukako's chapter, specifically, that we're going to be working on. I don't want to spend too much time yapping before we start playing, I guess. We can still yap in the middle of it, but I don't want to stop too long, because as I've been doing, I would like to finish the chapter fully in one stream, like we've been doing. I think we did one other chapter. We did like half a chapter, and then I just merged it together later. If I have to do that, if I do one half of this and then the other half another day, we could do that, and I'll just merge the VOD later. But the VOD I want to be, each episode is a full chapter. That's what I want. And we're almost at the end. We have Lukako's ending here. I think after this one is Moika's. Because we did Ferris. We did Suzawa, we did Ferris. We're doing Lukako. Next time I think is Moika. And then we get to like actual ending stuff, I think. Like end-to-end stuff. Chap, I'm already on my first major project, give me time. I don't know what this is referring to here. What was this referring to? Oh, the Winter Lab research project stuff. Your research project is about Yu-Gi-Oh! Spirit Caller, probably. Yu-Gi-Oh! GX Spirit Caller. I don't know if this is research the world needs. I don't know if the world needs this research. I'm like smelling something, but like I shouldn't be smelling something. Let me go check something real quick, and we'll get going. It smells like something's making a smell. I think I'm just imagining things. For whatever reason, I'm getting like a whiff of what smells to be like rotting fruit. And I don't know where it could be coming from in here, specifically. But it feels like that. Maybe I'm just losing my mind. Maybe I'm having a stroke or something. By the way, I'm also mad at myself. Not just for the other fuck-ups I had earlier just posting about this stream, but also for the past like 2 book clubs, I've forgotten to actually hit post on the Discord ping notification thing for that. Not that I don't know how much that factors for people, because I still get the Twitch ping, but I'm mad at myself for it, okay? I'm mad at I didn't realize that for a week. I opened up that channel and it said I had a post to hit enter on. Oh. The world must know what I know now, or what I now know. Is this Takano? Are you just like, I have to make my grandfather a god. He really wanted to prove his theory about Yu-Gi-Oh! GX Spirit Caller. Is that what this is? Alright, let's get into Steins Gate, Chapter 8. Here they've called it Self-Similar Androgynous. The title that we wrote for the stream is Fractal Androgynous. I forget what the difference is. I think Self-Similar Androgynous is supposed to be like the patch we've applied's name for it. And the Fractal Androgynous is like the official title or something. The localized title, maybe. I've been trying to like keep it consistent with like which of the titles I choose. So we'll go with this one. My head spins. I feel faint. Slowly, the world reasserts itself. I have teleported to the lab development room. Ferris is standing next to me. Reading Steiners tell me that the world line has changed. Additionally, the injuries the viral attackers inflicted on my body have vanished. So has the pain. Okay, we were just running for our lives from card game gangsters that were like trying to attack the cat girl for winning at a contest. Card games. They don't fuck around, okay? I'm not the kind of woman that would just actually kill you. You could be funny. You could be with funny blue pills and a lock of social I'm so confused at what you're trying to say. I'm assuming funny blue pills is referring to Viagra? Is that what that's referring to? I don't know what's the message as a whole is in response to. Am I just slow? Am I just not understanding things tonight? I understand it and that's what matters, chat? Okay. By slow I mean like, am I like too delayed or whatever? I don't think I'm delayed. No, I'm not delayed. Or am I? Okay. Ferris is standing in the center of the room, looking around. Tears that were in her eyes just a moment ago are gone. I forgot the volume of the voices. That actually just jump scared me. You know where Ferris's phone went? I have no idea. Just a moment ago, Ferris was fighting to hold back her tears. But that Ferris is no more. Okay, so we had to... Last time, I'm remembering now. We were running away from the card game people. We had to find out what the text message that Ferris sent through the D-mail was in order to save everything. To undo that, to very slowly get us back to where we got to go on the world lines. And her text message, unfortunately, was to save her father from dying years ago. And so we've done this. We had to undo it. But she seemed to have reading Steiner herself and saw the world line that we're trying to go to, or the world lines or whatever. So like we're finding out we're not the only person here that can have this happen. Oh my god. Sentai! How's it going, Sentai? Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're gonna say hi to Ferris-nyan for a bit and then say hi to Lukako, I'm assuming. I'm assuming we're wrapping up last chapter stuff and then going into Lukako. It's been a while since I read. I know you know, most of the general things because I've read it in the past, but it's been a while since I've read it, so I'm assuming that was the order of things. So, in her place is the usual cute, cheerful Ferris, with an impish smile on her face. I look at the phone in my hand. It's not my phone, but one with several cute, girly cat doll phone straps attached.
携帯ならここに。
Ferris walks up to me with a teasing smile on her face. She pokes at my fingers with her index finger. Ferris gently takes her phone from my hand. Or else they will awaken. Yeah. I think I actually will turn down their voices just a bit. I don't know why. Maybe it's the volume of the music is too low or something for me or something. I don't know. I gotta turn them down just a tiny bit. Yeah, they're at max for some reason, which does not seem right for my volume settings. Come on, bro, you're supposed to be tuning with me. Come on. I don't no time for that, Ferris. I'm traumatized. Before we sent the D-mail, Ferris said she didn't want to forget. And I lied that she would surely remember. That's not a lie. It might happen. Not surely, but... I embrace Ferris suddenly, pulling her to me as tightly as I can. Aww. Ferris remembers nothing. Nothing about her victory at the Rhinet tournament. Nothing about our escape from the viral attackers. Nothing about her father riding up in his limousine to save her. Nothing about how he talked alone in her bedroom. Nothing. She remembers nothing. Everything that happened on that world line was undone. What happens to that world line, I don't know. Maybe, like Suza said, it still exists as another possible world line in its quantum superposition state. Or maybe it ceased to exist the moment I sent the D-mail. You'd have to be a god to observe each and every world line, so it's pointless to worry about it. We have a plot device that says we don't have to worry about it. It's called Reading Steiner, and it follows our protagonist to the correct world lines. Okay, that's all that matters. But one thing is clear. I can never return to that world line again. Ferris can never see her father again. Oh my god. She's like, I'm fine with this, but like Mayushi's in the next room, bro. We gotta, like, here? Damn. Also, him saying I can never return that world line again. I feel like you could. You're never gonna be able to go to the very exact same world line, like the same divergence number or whatever. But you can go to extremely similar world lines if you just undoing it or something. There's a way. There's ways. But the point is, we're trying to not do that. We have to save everything. The only thing I could do is apologize. On this world line, Mayuri invited Ferris to come hang out at the lab. Apparently, she came to see a costume Mayuri had made. Ferris has work after this, so she soon leaves the lab. After seeing Ferris off, I head towards Yanabayashi Shrine, after I checked the text message on my phone from Mayuri. They had a fight. Kaede-chan had a fight with her boyfriend. How do I get them to make up? Mayushi's never had a fight with anyone, so I think it's mysterious. I couldn't fight with the person I like. Fight says, that's because you're a gentle girl, Mayuri. Mysterious says, yes, it is mysterious. Why are people so cruel to each other? Person I like. Since when do you have someone you like? I figured you'd put food before romance, lol. Okay, well, buddy, that's you. I don't, buddy. Okay, which one do we do here? Why are people so cruel? You're a gentle girl. Probably this one, maybe. This is probably going to get a response from her that will progress things to get an attachment on our phone, maybe. I don't know. We'll find out. On the way, I stop at Chuodori and take a look around. I like the idea that people have tried having a fight with Mayuri and she just didn't get it. Yeah, I absolutely believe that that might have been the case. But then again, Mayuri's like, what would you fight about Mayuri with? She's very sweet. She's very nice, okay? The Moe stores exist again. Moe's back, baby. You can see Toradora lady in the middle, I think. Animate Tora no Ana. Yeah, so there you go. That's Tora no Ana. Mandarake, Gamers, Lamatara, Melon Books, Asobit City. Okay. Tora Hedoro. That is Tora Hedoro. They've all returned to the streets of Akiba. There's a gigantic anime-themed banger. It's a banger of a anime. There's a gigantic anime-themed banner hanging from the Softmop building. Maids walk the street, hanging out leaflets. Cosplaying girls advertise in storefronts. But the return of this familiar scenery brings no relief to my heart. There's only pain, for everything I see confirms that why did I just read Ferris and say Mayuri? My brain, please. Everything I see confirms that Ferris has lost her father. I have to move my phone, by the way. My phone's blocking a bit of the text. There you go. But I can't stop here. My tracking phone, I mean, the one that tracks my VTuber model. I shake my head and hurry to the shrine. On the way, I noticed that the satellite is missing from Radicon's rooftop. Of course it is. Suzuha is gone. The thought brings only a new pang of grief to my heart. Before this is over, how much more pain will I shoulder? After I check my phone. Mayuri, they had a fight. Mayushi does have ... someone she likes. I wonder who that could be. I don't know. I pass beneath the archway and enter the silent courtyard. I walk up to the main building and jab the intercom. After a few presses, I get a reply. Hi, Lukako. Oh. Yep, that's me. Lukako comes out. Happy Pride. Girly as always, even though he's a guy. No, wait. This Lukako is a genuine girl.
Lukako, お前の父上に聞いてくれ。IBN5100 という古いパソコンがここに奉納されているはずなんだ。
Oh yes, because we undid the world line to bring back Moe culture here, we believe that doing so, the kidnap situation involving Ferris that we saved her father from, involved giving them the PC, I believe, right? Was that what they said? So now that we undid that, the PC should still be here, I believe, if I recall correctly. In theory. I think Lukako went pale when I mentioned the computer. She lowers her face immediately, so I can't be certain. Oh, what does she know? What does she know? She knows something. Lukako hurries inside. Looks like she knows something. Lukako's dad soon appears. He gets his own spray, by the way. Of course. I rush the greeting and get down to business.
この神社に10年ほど前に古いパソコンが奉納されたはずなんですが、ご存知ですか？
古いパソコン？
Yeah, of
確かに
course.
そんな記憶がありますね。
Yeah, I remember that.
本当ですか？
Alright. Yes, finally, I've returned to the world line with the IBN 5100.
ぜひ見せてもらいたいのですが。
いいですよ。ちょっと待っていてください。
Okay, sweet, he's got it. We're so in. Luka's dad heads inside the sanctuary in the back. Oh, we're so fucking back, gamers. What's up, Lukako? Lukako has been silent this whole time. She keeps touching her hair and looking around nervously. Something is definitely wrong with her.
俺が怖いか、ルカコ。気持ちはわかる。
Oh god. Okay, so now it's not the time.
お前の
This is when he was like, no, Lukako's a guy. I'll show you right now. And he just walked up and like grabbed there. It's like, buddy. Crap. I just made things more awkward. Yes, you did, buddy. Yes, you did. I didn't have to say it like that. No, you didn't. You certainly didn't. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty
悪
fair.
かった。ところで、お前も IBN5100 のことは知っているのか？
Are you okay? Lukako shakes her head in an unnatural way. Are you all right? What's the problem? Do computers scare her?
だが、以前電話したとき、知っているような素振りを見せなかったか？
What's Lukako is looking more and more uncomfortable. What is happening? Maybe I'm pushing her too hard. I should back off. I did a terrible thing to this girl. It might be best if I stop treating her as my disciple. I need to treat her like a lady from now on. If I don't, I could get sued for sexual harassment or charged with attempted rape or indecency or something. But how exactly do I treat her like a lady anyway? I just treat everyone the same, pretty much.
マユリの作ったコスは結局着ないのか？
はい。
恥ずかしいから？
はい。
Why is this girl so lacking in confidence? I guess she can't help it if it's in her nature. But didn't she say her reason for becoming a girl was to gain confidence in the first place? And yet, she's a girl now. Oh, my tracking phone just decided to... It didn't die, it just closed VTube Studio for no fucking reason. So that's cool, that's epic, that's great. Give me 1 second. We'll turn this buddy back on. That's cool. Okay, there we go. And yet she's a girl now. But she still seems the same inside.
おかしいな。
Luca's dad returns. His timing is good. My conversation with Lukako wasn't going anywhere.
見つかりましたか？
I try asking just in case, but he looks confused. Obviously, something unexpected has happened.
それが見つからないんですよ。
What?
見つからないとは？
確かに古いパソコンを受け取った記憶はあるのですが、倉庫のどこにもないのです。
The IBM 5100 isn't here. I press my hands to my temples and stifle a groan. World line is still twisted. The IBM 5100 is like a mirage floating in front of me. I can see it but never reach it.
確認させてください。ここへ PC を奉納していったのは秋葉ルミホさんで間違いありませんか？
おや、なぜそれを？もしかして知り合いですか？
That's Ferris's real name.
ええ、友達です。
ルミホちゃんはとても立派な女性になられましたな。
That's true?
彼女がまだ小学生の時でしたよ。執事の黒木さんと一緒にこの神社を訪ねてきてくれましてね。しかしパソコンはなぜ消えたのでしょう。誰かに盗まれたかと思いましたが、他のものは手つかずでしたし、宝物殿の鍵は壊されてもいなかったですし。
Is it a locked room mystery? This contradicts Lukako's statement. Lukako said she didn't know about the IBM 5100.
ルカは何か知らないかな。確かここ最近は毎年年末の大掃除の日に宝物殿の掃除をしているだろう。
Oh no. Once again, Lukako hangs her head, almost shaking with fear. What happened? Her hands are trembling.
ルカコ、どうなんだ？
I try asking again, but she doesn't raise her head.
何も知りません。
The look on her face betrays her. Lukako is lying. But why? Remember, she shouldn't even know about the IBM 5100. Why does she know? Because the world line changed. There's no other answer. Her D-mail must be the cause. In Ferris's case, I didn't know what her D-mail was about. But in Lukako's case, I already know what it is. I want to be a girl. The D-mail must have had influence beyond Lukako's sex, the butterfly effect. It somehow changed the location of the IBM 5100. It was like that with Suzuha and with Ferris. I can't help but think that the world itself is keeping the IBM 5100 away from me. At any rate, when Lukako sent her D-mail, reading Steiner activated, meaning the D-mail changed the world line. If the IBM 5100 won't return to me on this world line, then my next step is to cancel Lukako's D-mail. In other words, I need to turn Lukako back into a guy. Suddenly I feel dizzy. It's not heat stroke, and it's not reading Steiner. How am I going to explain this to Lukako herself? Just the other day when I called Lukako a guy, she cried. Then Kurusu and Mayuri ganged up on me. And that was fair for them to do, as well. You did it in the most insane way possible, too. So, can I get Lukako to go back to being a guy without stirring up trouble? This is going to be tough. Maybe I should consult someone about this. At first, I considered consulting Kurisu, I don't think I should talk to a girl this time. Let's think a little. I visit Tennoji's house. Sure, we're gonna ask Mr. Braun. Why not? The divergent meter is here. I need to know what it says. Canceling Ferris's D-mail appears to have raised the value by about 0.05%, so we're at 0.456914. Jot that down, jot that down. I've definitely shifted between world lines. Little by little, I'm approaching the goal of 1% divergence. The number gives me courage. Afterward, Tennoji recounts his memories of Hashida Suzu, just as he did on a previous world line. I stay until he's finished. It's past 6 p.m. when I get back to the lab. Welcome back, Karin. That's cute. There are 2 girls in the lab, Mayuri and Kurisu.
最後の「ん」は
Who's this
何の真似
Karin?
だ
Who's this Karin?
おかえりとおかりんって似てるでしょ。だからくっつけたら一粒で2度美味しいんだよ。
Doubly delicious. Doubly
美味しくはない
delicious.
だろ
It's not delicious.
対お
actually.
かりん専用挨拶ってことでいいんじゃないかな。
ダルは
Where's Daru?
多分メイクインじ
Oh
ゃないか
yeah!
な。
May Queen exists again, so Daru's always fucking busy.
メイクイン
So that's back
フ
to.
ェイリスの言っていたバイトってメイクインのことかマユリはマユリもそこでバイトしているよな
もちろんだよ。どうして今さらそんな当たり前のことを聞くの？変なおかりんだね。
Let me turn down the voices a tiny bit more, and then we should be perfect.
あのね、マユシーは明日からのコミマに備えて
Komima!
お休みをもらっているのです。
The timeline has been corrected, it seems, at least in part. I should stop by May Queen when I have time. I'll visit sometime when Mayuri and Ferris are working. I didn't realize it until it was gone, but I think I really like that maid cafe. Kurisu is reading a Western book. It's the same book as always. It's pretty hefty, so it must take a long time to read. I walk past her and enter the development room. There sits the Time Leap machine. Today is Saturday, the 14th of August. No, it's not. It's June 22nd. Okabe, check your calendar again, okay? First time Mayuri died, it happened on Friday the 13th. After Suzu's sacrifice changed the world line, Mayuri died on the 14th instead. Her death was delayed 24 hours exactly. If that pattern continues, her death on this world line should occur tomorrow, the 15th. Just to be safe, I should buy a few days with the time leap machine. I need to solve the Lukako problem. I should time leap right away. Just before entering the lab, I peeked into the Brawn Tube workshop. The 42-inch CRT was on, so there's no problem there. Still... Okay, save... Will Mayuri really die on the 15th? I don't have solid proof. Maybe there's no pattern and it's just in my head. Maybe Mayuri dies today. Maybe she dies tomorrow. What I wish for more than anything is a future where that never comes to pass. What happens to Mayuri on this world line? I must let my guard down, not until the IBM 5100 is back in my possession. At the same time, however, I want to know what happens to Mayuri on this world line. There's still a chance, however small, that she won't die. No, don't hesitate. Hesitation could lead to an irreparable mistake. I don't want to see Mayuri die again, to see the light fade from her eyes. It's too painful. So I won't confirm Mayuri's death. I don't want to. All I can do is assume the worst. Retrieving the IBM 5100 is the only way sure way to prevent her death. It's like such a long debate with himself while telling me at every chance, hey, you could like stop this at any point. You can jump back right now. And you should. I must not rest until then. I need to time leap now. I can always time leap later. I put away my phone and take a deep breath. I don't want to sacrifice anyone else. I know it's unreasonable, but I want to hope that nothing will happen on this world line. A foolish dream, perhaps, but still. Nothing happens on the 14th. Wolga's group doesn't appear at the lab, and Mayuri doesn't get involved in any accidents. What if, like, we're just done, we're saved now, she doesn't die at all, and everything's fine. So far, so good. Promise tomorrow. The time is 7:30 p.m. My preparations are complete. The tiling machine is set, Moad's snake is primed, and the remote control of the TV downstairs is ready. It's all second nature to me now. Call me Masar today, so Mayuri's been in Ariake since this morning. I told Daru not to come to the lab today, but to keep an eye on Mayuri instead. So even if Moika's group shows up here, they have a low chance of killing Mayuri. Will the Rounders come on this world line? We'll soon find out. 7:35 p.m. The door isn't kicking open. Instead, my phone rings. It's Daru. Okay. What's up? Okay, so that sounds like dying. Something's wrong.
おいどうした誰
ごめん、変な奴らにマユシ連れてかれ。奴ら狙いは僕だったみたいだけど。
It sounds like he got away, but it also sounds like he's dying. He might have been shot.
逃げて、でも代わりにマユシが。どうしよう、おかりん。
I feel bad, Daru, but listen, we had to check. It's the Rounders. They kidnapped her, and then they probably killed her. To them, Mayuri is expendable. I grind my teeth in frustration. It didn't work. I still haven't averted Mayuri's death. I tossed Moad's snake onto the couch. The preparations were a waste. Mayuri died somewhere else. I hang up and walk to the development room.
お前たちにはマユリは殺させない
And so, once more, I send my memories to the past. Alright, let's get going. Let's see, we had to check. Okay, I don't know why Okabe is like, no, I shouldn't even bother checking. No, you have to check. An unpleasant sound pierces my ears. My vision ripples. My flesh and my soul momentarily feel separate. I grab my right wrists. I close my eyes, take deep breaths, and wait for my pulse to return to normal. The worst is over. All that's left is a headache. Now I have my answer. Mayuri's death is still fixed, just as I knew it. Just as I knew it would be in my heart. The change merely delayed it by another 24 hours. I need to cancel Lukako's D-mail. I sit down in a pipe chair and try to come up with a plan. Nothing. I got nothing. I sat here for like 3 hours and I got no idea. I've been searching for a way to tell Lukako the truth, but every mental simulation I run ends with her in tears. I suppose that's because... Buddy, you have time travel. You have the power to restart. You don't have to run mental simulations about it. You can just do them. And then reset if it don't work. You have the technology, literally. But, you know, he has been trying to be considerate of her with this stuff. But, I mean, some of your ideas you could probably still attempt, maybe. I don't know. Like, I can't imagine he'd be approaching her... I mean, actually, considering how he was like, no... They're not a girl, they're a guy. Here, I'll prove it. And immediately grabbed at their crotch. I feel like, you know, actually, maybe you should just sit here and think about it forever instead of actually doing anything, Okabe. Maybe we should do that. I suppose that's to be expected. Yeah, okay, thanks. After all, I've already seen it happen once. I mistook Lukako for a guy and she ended up in tears. I mean, Lukako cries at just about anything. To broach the topic now would be like poking an open wound. Damn, it looks like I have no choice but to ask Kurisu. She's a girl, so she should understand how Lukako feels. I call Kurisu out to the bench in front of the Brawn Tube workshop. We're alone.
実は今難問に直面している。
Requires
かなりデリ
delicacy.
ケートな問題だ。
Delicacy.
デリケート？およそあんたとは正反対のベクトル上にある言葉だね。
Okay, well, I mean, it might be true, but
というわけで
that's
女子の
why
ことを
we're
見込
asking
んで
you.
相談したい。女子だけに。
Plus, you're my assistant, so I need you to save my ass this instant. Oh, that's what that means. Oh.
誰馬？そもそも女子だけにってどういう意味？
Well, I give her the rundown, including how many times I've time leaped and what happened with Suzuha and Ferris. How many times have I explained this to her now? This time she believes me more readily than I expected. The only thing she doesn't believe is the story about Lukako.
漆原さんが実は男ねえ、さっぱり想像がつかない。
Pretty much looked exactly the same, too.
だが事実だ。事
It's the
実だ
truth.
った。
Well, was the truth.
つまり
She wrinkles her brow in thought.
彼女が実は橋田みたいな外見だったとか、
No, she did.
そういうこと？
No, she did not look like Daru. She looked like Lukako.
Hmm?
Crap, I got a mental image there for a second. Judging by her expression, so did Kurisu.
これはひどい。
We grimace.
絶対ありえない。あんな可愛らしい子が男だったなんて私は認めない。
待て待て、突っ走るな。俺は一言もルカ子の見た目がいかにも男だったとは言っていない。むしろ見た目はあのままだったのだ。男だった時から中性的というか女性ホルモン分泌過多としか思えなかった。
This is where I realized I'm like, did I spell it right in the stream title? It looks like I did. It looks like we're good. Androgynous. Yes, I got it. Okay, cool. Easy. You couldn't help but think he was secreting excess female hormones or something. Okay, well. As a result, he didn't even notice when Lukako became a girl at first, and made a fatal mistake.
見た目はあのまま
Kurisu's gaze wanders for a bit.
なら許す。
Acceptable. What?
で、あんたは彼女に男に戻ってほしいと。
I don't really want to, but we kind of have to get the IBM 5100 back and save Mayuri, so...
そうでなければマユリは助からない。
マユリの命と漆原さんの性別か。どっちも突拍子がなさすぎて、
This line
さっ
is
ぱり実感が
wild.
湧かないけど。
Mayuri's life is tied to Urushibara-san's gender. Oh my god.
あんたの中で解は出てるわけね。
無論だ。ルカ子には男に戻ってもらう。
ある意味で残酷な仕打ちかも。
そこでなるべく傷つけないようにするにはどうしようとこうして相談している。
While hurting her the least. Because he's like, no matter how we do this, she's gonna get hurt. So we gotta, you know... I take a mouthful of Dr. P in a vain attempt to quiet my frustration.
自分のこれまでの迂闊な行動を呪いたい気分だ。D メールをいろんな人間に使わせるべきではなかった。
This is my punishment. I must shoulder the pain of everyone who used a D-mail. Suzuha, Ferris, and now Lukako.
これまでのことを悔やんでても何も始まらない。あんたの相談に対する私の回答は
One Piece?
一つよ。
Oh, of advice. Okay. Christina sighs, blowing her bangs.
漆原さんには何も言わない。
どういうことだ。
話を聞く限りだと漆原さんについてはあんたにアドバンテージがある。つまり
Oh,
過去に
actually,
送った D メールの内容を知っているっていうアドバンテージがね。
yeah, we know what was sent, and we know it was sent to like the pager. We know this information. We could just undo it without letting her know. But I think in theory that hurts her the least, but it feels wrong.
だからわざわざ彼女、あ、いや、彼、元彼？
元彼？
わざわざ漆原さんに事情を告げなくても D メールを取り消すための D メールは用意できる。
I mean, it feels like the way to least hurt them about this, but also this was what Lukako wanted. It feels messed up to undo in secret. Well, also, we don't understand the nature of whether or not these other world lines do. I mean, according to the lore of the game itself, they try to say that they exist but are not active world lines, whatever the fuck that means. So, supposedly, you know, that possibility will still exist, but it will just not be active right now. But that effectively, to me, feels like we're just getting rid of that world line. Okay, I don't know for sure, but okay, I'm just checking something real quick. Okay. Alright, back to this. There we go. Just don't tell her. Send the email.
18年前のルカ子の母親へとメールを送れということか。
どうせ世界線が変わればその事実は全てなかったことになる。この際倫理とかデリカシーとかは無視しても問題にはならない。
Ethical concerns don't really matter. Wow. And justifies the means, a philosophy worthy of a scientist.
だが問題が一つある。
One issue.
俺はルカ子の母親のポケベル番号を知らない。
Oh, that's the problem. Okay, I mean that problem makes sense. That is an awkward question to ask. Hey, what was your mom's old pager number? You know, like around the time you would have been, she would have been pregnant with you. Do you know that offhand? Can you figure that out for me? Why do you want to know that? Okay. Oh, no reason. Definitely not related to my time machine that you may or may not know about in this world line. Probably do. Don't worry about that.
はあ？あんたバカじゃないの？なんでメモっとかないわけ？
I mean, we wrote it down in a different world line. How was I supposed to know this shit?
その時はこんなことになるとは思わなかったのだ。
I had no idea. I was being accused of sexual harassment at the time. I don't fucking know. By me, I mean Okabe. Okay, I didn't do shit. It was all Okabe being an idiot, alright? Grisu clicks her tongue. She rubs her brow with her fingers while muttering and thinking.
お母さんのポケベル番号単刀直入に聞き出せば？理由は適当に考えて。
Think up a good excuse. What could we possibly ask about?
警戒される気がする。
Just give a vague, we're doing an experiment. Don't worry about it. And we need an old pager to do it with. Why not?
何ビビってんのよ。いつもの無駄に尊大な岡部らしくないな。
Vain and arrogant? That was uncalled for. I don't have time to be holy and Kuma now. Okay, no time for that chuny shit. This is real.
そんなの口から出まかせでなんとかするのよ。それにほら、彼女って騙されやすそうな性格だし。って言ってて。
You know how gullible she is, right? Oh my god.
私ってひどい女だ。
Yeah, you should hate yourself for saying that, okay? Apologize to Lukako now. Kurisu hangs her head.
だが単刀直入にありのままを話すべきなのかもしれん。
Then try it.
下手に小細工を浪するより
Just
真実を
try
告げ
it.
る方がまだ誠意がある
What's the worst that could happen?
ように見える。
Hold on. There we go.
マッドサイエンティストが誠意とか笑っちゃうわね。洗脳してやる、ふわっはっはっはとか言い出した方が似合ってる。
No time for that chuny shit now, okay, Kurisu? People are dying, and Lukako's gender is very important to her, okay? So, we don't have time to be chuny about this. I'm being serious, damn it.
俺は ルカ子の痛みも背負う。そうしなければならないのだ。最終的に D メールを取り消したとき、ルカ子が女だったことはなかったことになる。故に俺が背負わなければならない。
だったら私に相談する必要なんてない。今すぐ彼女のところに行って私にしたように説明すればいい。
そうだな。
That's my only choice. As always, there are only a few worshippers at the shrine. I guess that's how it can keep its dignified silence, even though it's less than a 10-minute walk from Akihabara Station.
岡部さん。
Lukako! Lukako is sweeping the courtyard.
すみません。さみだれは部屋に置きっ
Oh
ぱ
my
なしで。
god, how could you?
いや、そのことはいい。
Well, crap. Now that we're face to face, I can't bring myself to tell her the truth.
どうかしましたか？
I recall Lukako's crying face. She looked very sad when I called her a guy. If possible, I don't want to make her cry again. No! Why am I acting so weak? I can't stop here. I swore I would do anything to save Mayuri. And when Lukako said he wanted to be a girl, he probably only said it out of curiosity. If I explain everything properly, I doubt she'll refuse to become a guy again.
ルカ子よ。
I grab her by the shoulders and pull her close. Lukako's cheeks instantly turn bright red.
落ち着いて聞いてくれ。実はお前は
Alright, place your bets. Is Okabe gonna make this statement so much worse than it has to be? The answer is yes.
男だったのだ。
Okay, Okabe. That's not how you start this off. Yeah. No reaction. Or so I thought. Then tears started welling up in Lukako's eyes. See, I mean, this is not how you start off that sentence, okay? Yeah, see? Oh my god, Okabe. Damn, I made her cry again. But this time I don't back down.
聞くんだ。お前が男に戻ってくれなければ、
You have to...
マユリの命がないんだ。
This man is hopeless. He can't... But you ran so many simulations in your head and this is how you're starting the sentences? Please, Okabe. I explained everything. About time travel. About the D-mail Lukako sent. About Mayuri's fate. About how to avoid it. I talk and talk without pausing for breath. Finally, I'm done. Sounds like the ramblings of a madman, probably.
冗談
No? No, no, no. Her voice is trembling.
そんなの全然信じられないですよ。いつもの
No, no. There's no role playing here. There's no chuny shit here. No, no.
そうなんですよね。
No, 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 no. She backs away from me, shaking her head.
でもひどい。そんな設定は
This is not a backstory.
僕困りますし、
I just...
あゆり
Fuck,
ちゃんも
dude. Fuck.
悲しむと思いますから。
いきなりこんなこと言われて困惑するのもわかる。だが全て真実だ。俺は何度もあいつの死の場面を見
She
て
does
きた。
die a lot, like horrifically.
お前にはこんな勝手なお願いをしてすまないと思っている。だが頼む。マユリを助けるために男に戻ってほしい。
So our belief is that something about her turning into a girl has caused the IBN 5100 to not be here anymore again. And he believes that we have to turn her back into a guy in order to bring it back without figuring out what caused it to disappear through this change. We're just assuming if we do that, it will be back, because that was the change that happened. But there could be a solution where we figure out what else caused it to disappear and undo that instead of all that by, like, talking with Lukako more about the IBM 51. Did he explain that the IBM 5100 is the reason we need to undo this or something? Or what's, I guess I'll keep going and we'll find out. But that's what's happening in my brain right now.
冗談だって言ってくださいよ。男。僕が男の子だなんて。
We want you to live your best life here too, Lukako, but also we don't want Mayushi to die, so I don't know what to do here, and Okabe definitely doesn't know what to do here.
嫌です。僕は生まれた時から女の子だったのに。
Man, fuck.
ひどいです。
God damn.
しかもそれをよりによってどうして
Well,
岡部さんから伝えられなきゃ
we knew this was gonna
いけ
happen.
ないんですか。
I genuinely feel really, really bad for Lukako, and the fact that they're making the voice actress, like, legit cry very long for these lines, oh my god, it's over.
恥ずかしい。
Jesus Christ.
甘いんです。
Lukako covers her face with both hands to snuff out her sobs.
恥じることなどあるものか。むしろ俺にとってはお前が女である方が違和感がある。
Okabe. This man. We have to kill Okabe. We have to kill this man. Lukako jerks like someone poked her with a cattle prod. Her crying has stopped. What did I do? Okabe. This is our hero. This is the shit he thinks is okay to say to people.
何なんて言った？
She lowers her hands and looks at me. Then she smiles, a soft, sorrowful smile.
岡部さんは僕のこと。
And she's gone. Then Lukako shakes off my hands and runs away.
ルカコ、待て！
She doesn't stop even when I call her. She disappears into the shrine office. It turned out just as my mental simulations predicted. I sigh and leave the shrine, dejected. I need to come up with a plan. Well, when I get back to the lab, I take Kurusu out to the bench and explain what happened. Kurusu listens with an annoyed expression the whole time. When I finish, she glares at me and says,
フラグが立ったな。
You raised a flag.
お前は何を言っているんだ？
わかんないの？どう見てもフラグ立ったでしょ？いや、すでに立ってたと言うべきかも。
Tripped over a flag that was already raised.
フラグとは死亡フラグのことか？
You could only wish.
死んでどうする？恋愛フラグよ。
Yeah, it's absolutely a romance flag. A romance flag? Bro! Lukako has obviously liked you even before becoming a girl. This was, like, obvious to anyone. Probably also her dad.
漆原さんはあんたに気がある。
Kurusu thrusts her finger at me.
大好きな法王院京馬からお前は男だったと言われて 彼女の純真な乙女
Her
心
pure
ズタズタ
maidenly heart.
率直に真実を話すって作戦は結果的に大失敗だったことになる。
Not me. Well, I can't do anything about that, Shadow. I can't do anything about that. You gotta learn this shit yourself, man. I don't know. In other words, your plan was a massive failure. You sure is calm when it's my deck on the line.
恋愛となると厄介よ。あれには方程式が存在しない。人の感情は計算できない。あまりに未知数だわ。
There's no formula for calculating people's feelings. Jot that down. She shakes her head like she can't imagine anything worse. Has this girl never been in love?
正面から攻めるのはダメだった。きっと本人を説得するハードルは飛躍的に高くなった。今度は別の解放を考えるべきよ。彼女のお母さんに直接話を聞きに行くとか。
You want me to go up to her mom and say, hey, what's your old pager number?
彼女を泣かせた男としてあんたはすで
For
に
school projects?
漆原家に認識されているはずだから。家族のガードも固くなってるかもしれないけど。
Hold on. There we go. Okay, I looked away for a second. Though I'm sure the Urushibata family already thinks of you as the man who made their daughter cry. That's true. So they might have their guard up. Lukako likes me? I don't want to believe it. I mean, I appreciate the sentiment, but...
ちなみにルカ子はいつから恋愛フラグビンビンだったと思う？
知らんがな。
I don't know you two.
だってよく考えてみろ。あいつは1週間ほど前まで男だったんだぞ。
Uh-oh.
それは岡部の主観でのロ
He
ジックでしょ。
said, uh-oh.
漆原さんなり私なりの主観からすれば彼女は最初から女の子だった。だから今いるこの世界線を基準に考えなさい。
Right. It makes perfect sense. Still,
それより私が不安なのは
there's a bigger problem. What is the bigger
漆
problem?
原さんの性別を男に戻すことで本当に
Yeah, we just
IBA の
kinda
5100は
didn't
戻ってくるのか
figure out
っ
what
ていうこと。
the correlation was. We just didn't look into that at all. In any way, shape, or form. We just didn't bother. One second, let me check something here. There you go.
前の世界線とは変化があった。
Something is different from the previous world line.
ルカ子の父親の話では IBN5100 は少なくとも以前は柳林神社に存在していたということだ。鈴葉がフェイリスの父親に託し、彼の死後にフェイリスが柳林神社に奉納した。その流れは俺が IBN5100 を手に入れた世界線と同じなのだ。
段階的に元の世界線に近づいてきてるっていうことか。思ったんだけど世界線ってそう簡単に変化するものじゃない気がする。
Yeah, well, apparently we can. And
なぜ
do
そう
often.
思う？
だって世界には60億以上の人間がいるのよ。その中の誰か一人の性別が男から女に変わったところで世界線が大きく変わるなんて不自然。
That's a good point, but I don't...
鈴葉が
Okabe
言っ
hasn't
ていた
even
が
remotely thought
タイ
about
ム
it.
リープによって本来と異なる行動を取った場合、ダイバージェンスは変わるとしても 0.00001% だと言っていた。だがフェイリスの D メールを否定したときは 0.05% の変動があった。
It's a pretty big change.
0.05% でも十
Yeah,
分大きい。
yeah, it is.
天音さんはこのことについてなんて？
2010年はアトラクタフィールドが大きく分岐する年であり、その鍵は俺と IBN5100 が握っていると。
IBN5100 と岡部の距離がダイバージェンスの数
Distance
値
to
を
the
決定するのかな。
IBN5100?
つまりあんたを含めた全ての人間の D メールがバタフライエフェクトによって IBN5100 のありかに影響を与えた。
D メールの中には俺のリーディングシュタイナーが発動しないものもあった。
逆に言えば リーディングシュタイナーが発動した D メールだけを取り消していけば IBN5100 はあんたの手元に戻ってくるのかも。
The remaining D-mails were sent by Lukako and
萌香か。
Moika. I don't want to see that woman again if I can help it. In any case, I should focus on Lukako right now.
で、ルカ子の件はどうすればいい？
付き合っちゃえば？
Just go out.
マジで？
好きな人いないんなら別にためらう必要ないでしょ？
Is that how that works? There's nobody you like, and there's no reason not to, is there? I guess.
そうやって彼女の心を解きほぐしてあげればいい。そしたら心よく教えてくれるんじゃない？
マユリが死ぬのは2日後だ。のんびり解きほぐしている暇はない。
Suddenly, Kurisu's expression turns grave.
これは最後の選択肢として考えておいてほしいんだけど。
あ？
やろうと思えば漆原さんの人格を否定して
Whoa,
脅してでも番号を聞き出すこともできる。
Whoa. What?
どうせ世界線改変後はそのことを彼女も忘れてるはず。
No,
そう考えれ
Kurisu.
ば最後の手段として
What about...
検証する余地ありだと思う。
Remember our talk about ethics earlier, Kurisu?
マユリが死ぬことに比べたらまだマシってレベルだけどね。はあ、私今すごく最低なこと言ってるな。
It's a bit much of a suggestion, Kurisu.
いや、あらゆる手段を講じるのは必要なことだ。だがそれはできればやりたくない。
I'm not saying this for myself. From my perspective, when the world line changes, everything until that point becomes undone. But what about from Lukako's perspective? What if this world line continues after I leave it behind? The Lukako of this world line will have to live with what I did to her. That possibility exists. Suzo has said that's not the case. There's no way to be sure. And since I can't confirm or deny that possibility, I don't want to use Kurisu's last resort. Besides, I have the time leap machine. And as long as I have it, I can repeat the days before Mayuri's death forever. Of course, there's still the danger of a time leap failure. In any case, the first thing I should do is have an honest talk with the girl in question. I hear the tweeting of small birds outside the window. It's nice and cool early in the morning, even though it's in the middle of summer. Come on, video game, there we go. Too bad the cicadas are already chirping. The sunlight's not too strong yet. I couldn't get a wink of sleep. I was up all night thinking about Lukako.
オカリン、あ、いた。
Mayushi! How's it going? Mayuri enters the room and looks at me with a disapproving Oh, I wasn't looking at her. I was reading the text. She's mad. She heard we made Lukako cry. It's over. She didn't say Tuturu. It's rare to see her in such a bad mood.
早いな。まだ8時だぞ。今日は何かあるのか？
オカリンに怒りに来たんだよ。
She gives me a glare that's more cute than frightening. One second. Why? Stop. Stop. There we go. Okay, cool. We're good. Everything is okay.
あのね、マユシーはオカリンにがっかりなのです。
She gives me a glare that's more cute than frightening. She's never been good at getting angry. Very disappointed. Mayuri puffs out her cheeks and thrusts a finger at me.
何の話だ？
You know what
し
you
ら
did.
ばっくれてもダメだもん。オカリンってば、ルカちゃんを泣かせたでしょ。
なぜそれを？
She probably talked to her.
ルカちゃんに相談されたんだよ。男だったって言われたって。
Those two are close friends. I should have known Lukako would go to Mayuri
オ
first.
カリン、なんでそんなひどいこと言っ
Did
たの？
she explain the time travel stuff too? Because that was kind of important context.
マユリには関係ないことだ。これは対機関に関わる
Involving
重大
the
な機密事項であり
organization.
関係なくないよ。ルカちゃんはマユシーのお友達だもん。話してくれないならね、マユシーはオカリンと絶交
What?
だよ。
She's gonna quit? We can't have
ラ
that.
ボメンもやめちゃうんだからね。
This is the first time I've ever seen Mayuri so angry. I'm not sure how to deal with this, honestly. Just
Yeah,
tell her
yeah.
the situation.
どうしてあんなひどいこと言ったの？
Just tell her the whole thing. I did it to save you. Okay, well, actually, that part we might want to leave out, maybe. But I can't say that. I don't have it in me to tell this innocent girl that she's fated to die in just 2 days. Come to think of it, was it a mistake to tell Lukako about Mayuri's murder? I did make sure to tell Lukako not to breathe a word of it.
何か悩みがあるんだよね。
She's sharp, even though she never seems to be thinking anything.
わかるよ。だってね、マユシーは毎日オカリンのことを見てるもん。
Wait, you're worried about something? Okay, just us being worried. Okay.
それにね、昨日も外でクリスちゃんとずーっと話し込んでたでしょ。悩みがあるならマユシーも聞くよ。マユシーにも
It's
話してほしいな。
a complicated situation, but
それでね、
we should do that part. We
ル
should
カちゃん
apologize.
に謝りに行こう。仲直りしに行こ
We should do the
う。マユ
apologize
シーも
part.
一緒に行くから。
Oh my god. This man. That was not the time, Okabe.
オカリン、
やれやれだなマユリよ。この俺が悩みだと。バカも休み休み言え。
I would never worry.
この俺は狂気のマッドサイエンティスト。法王院京馬だぞ。この俺に悩みなどない。
I get that he's doing this because he doesn't want Mayuri to worry, but also she sees through his bullshit, I'm pretty sure.
あるのはただ混沌への渇望と野心
Hunger
の
for
み。
chaos.
オカリン。
I can't tell Mayuri. I can't. Even if Mayuri hates me for it. Anyways, I got a message. Lukako, Okabe-san. I have something important to talk to you about. Please come to the shrine when you can. I'll be waiting. Please. What? Something important? I told her everything yesterday, including about Mayuri's death. Perhaps after sleeping on it, she finally decided to believe my story. I get up from the sofa.
どこ行くの？マユシーの話はね、
I'm
まだ
going
終
to
わっ
talk.
てないよ。
I'm going to talk with Lukako.
これからルカ子のところに行ってくる。
本当？謝りに行くの？だったらマユシーも。
いや、お前について来られるといろいろ。
I put my hand on Mayuri's shoulder.
だから留守番を頼む。
Mayuri's shoulders droop. She looks sad for some reason, but she lets me go. When I reach the shrine, I find Lukako standing alone in the courtyard. She's dressed in regular clothes instead of her Miko garb. She still hasn't noticed me. Lukako stands still in the silent courtyard. The only movement comes from the trees swaying in the summer breeze. It's like a scene from a movie. I stop and watch in fascination. Finally, Lukako turns around. Our eyes meet. Look at that. That's cute. That's cute. Ahem. I awkwardly clear my throat and walk towards him. Her. Lukako bows her head.
来てくれたんですね。
Really? It's gonna pause here? Come on.
あ
There
り
we
が
go.
とうございます。
We stare at each other in silence. Crap, this is awkward. I can't stand the silence, so I just try to start the
マ
conversation.
ユリに何を話した？
すみません。でもこんなことまゆりちゃんにしか相談できなくて。
どこまで話したのかという意味だ。
Yeah, did you tell her about her dying?
ほとんどは内緒にしました。
Okay,
ま
that's
ゆり
good.
ちゃんが
We don't have to tell her
死
that.
んじゃうっていうこととかも。
That's a relief.
まだ冗談だと思っているのか。
Lukako shakes her head. She believes me?
大事な話というのはにゃんだしょうかにゃ。
Yeah? What? What? I'm trying to be gentle, but for some reason I wind up talking like Ferris. I really don't know how to deal with Lukako now that she's a girl.
あの、
Lukako takes a deep breath as if to prepare herself. Her face is turning red for some reason. She opens her mouth to speak, then closes it again. This continues for several cycles. What's wrong with her? Her tension is getting to me. My heart starts pounding like an alarm bell.
僕は
お
お願いが、
うん。
岡部さんが昨日言ったこと
おう。
信じます。
Okay.
そうか。
So she's willing to go back to being a guy, even though I hurt her feelings. For her to believe me in spite of that makes me pretty happy. But something strange about Lukako. She still looks wound up pretty tight. In fact, it's gotten worse. Now she looks on the verge of tears.
それで男に戻る代わりに。
In exchange, she wants something in return? I wasn't expecting this.
今日と明日、まゆりちゃんが危ないことになる前までで。
What? What's she talking about? My throat goes dry. I'm so tense and I don't know why.
だからになってください。
よく聞こえなかったんだが、
Speak up.
もう一度頼む。
Lukako's voice was even softer than ever. So soft that I couldn't hear her from here. My bend? Please be my bend? No good. I still can't hear her.
はっきりと言ってほしい。俺にできることなら何でもするから。
恋
Boy end? The end of all boys?
なんだって？
恋人になってください。
Oh? What? B-O-Y-F-R-I-E-N-D. It takes me a while to process the word. Meanwhile, Lukako starts squirming and fidgeting. She refuses to look me in the eye. My heart is pounding. What's going on? What did she say to me? B-O-Y-F-R-I-E-N-D. What does that spell? Boyfriend? Boyfriend. She wants me to be her boyfriend until tomorrow. What?
なぜだ。
Without thinking, I asked the worst possible question. Now she's gonna cry again. Yeah. The word of the day is boyfriend. I don't know what it could possibly mean. Lukako curls up even smaller. Aww. Her voice is as small as the buzzing of a mosquito, but it has all the courage she can muster. I feel my heart tighten at those words. Why is it an important question? Well, the answer should be obvious. She likes him, okay? And that's why she said it afterwards, okay? Silence. More silence. Wait just a second. This is too sudden. I mean, maybe it's not sudden exactly. I've known about Lukako's feelings since yesterday when Kurisu told me about the romance flag. But still, I didn't think it would come to this. My mind goes blank. I can't think straight. Lukako hangs her head, waiting for my answer. She looks so cute and innocent. I feel myself drawn to... No! No, no, no. That's wrong. That's just wrong. I'm not attracted to Lukako. What's the problem, Okabe? Why do you have to... Don't act grossed out by this or whatever. What's going on with the voice lines now? Be nice to her. I turn and flee like a scared rabbit. I'm so embarrassed I can't look back. 10 minutes later, I get back to the lab. Meyer's eating a red bean bun. Give me 2, no 5 minutes, and he runs back to the lab. And it's 10 minutes of him. You just ditched her. You just did not give her an answer, and then ditched her, and then. Okabe. I'm gonna turn down my AC. Okabe, I can't do this with you. I can't. My man. There's no saving him. There's no saving him. How the fuck did he survive this long? That's astounding. What can I say? People hate how good Okabe is. I don't. Well, I got a girlfriend now. So I think it went well, the apology. Yeah. Could you make me some chicken real quick? Can you put the juicy chicken #1 in the microwave and nuke it so that the D mail is basically ABC? What? What the fuck? What is happening? Hello? Oh my god, he's nervous rambling. The microwave was developed by the Knights of the Rosicrucian Order, who used alchemy, meaning that the sound of the chime is the brainwashing device, while the chime itself actually doesn't have any meaning. What is happening? Alchemy, Junibyo. The art of taking one thing and transmuting it into another. In fiction and conspiracy theories, even human bodies and souls can be transmuted. However, the fundamental law of alchemy, equivalent exchange, must be observed at all times. In the Middle Ages, alchemists attempted to use chemical processes to transmute common metals, such as lead, into precious metals, such as gold. Their efforts paved the way for modern chemistry. Rosicrucian Order, Chunibyo, a secret society founded in the 17th century Germany by Christian Rosenkraus. Rosenkraus was supposedly a practitioner of alchemy and black magic, but the legitimacy of this has been called into question. Okay. So it's a secret German society for alchemy and black magic. Okay. He sure is. I mutter incoherently as I set up the time leap machine. It's a tactical retreat. How far do I go? As far as I can. Yeah, that's it. Far away from here. I'll jump all the way back to August 11th, the limit of the time leap machine's range. What? Stop. Okay, hold on. I thought he was joking. Bro. They did this in The Girl Who Lived Through Time, by the way. They did this repeatedly in The Girl Who Lived Through Time. When I'm done, Kurisu is standing before me, fiddling with the phone wave, needs him to change his wiring. That was the funniest bit of the girl left through time, but also kind of sad because like this guy confesses to the main character girl, and then she immediately like tries to jump back to be like, we're not doing this today. I'm gonna avoid that for now. And then there's like a whole like sequence of her just jumping back every time he tries to get the courage to ask her out. This is a good movie. That's probably what this is also inspired by too. Because I mean, the D-Mail was also DeLorean mail, and the mail who leapt through time or whatever was another idea. So this is probably a reference to that. When I'm done, Kurisu is standing before me, fiddling with the phone wave, needs him to change his wiring.
気が散るからこっち見んな。何度言わせんのよ。
She's still working on the time leap machine's upgrade. I know I shouldn't interrupt her, but there's nobody else I can rely
お
on.
前を天才の科学者と見
Genius
込んで
brain
話がある
scientist. Please. What do?
手短に
柳林神社まで一緒に来て。
理由を言って。デートとか言うつもりなら断る。
It's not a date with you. That's the problem is the date, but it's not with you.
この俺がデートなどという軟弱なものをするわけがないだろう。
I wouldn't Kyoma does not go
女子とか
on
冗談も
dates.
ほどほどにしてくれ。
Ridiculous. She's glaring like she's gonna kill me. Let's leave the jokes aside for now.
つまり男の脳と女の脳の違いについてだ。
Okay, I can't with this man. I can't with him. This man is. I just how. Alright, give me a second here. I can't with Okabe. I just can't. Like, fuck, man. Okay, 1 second. Okay, there we go. Sweet. This game is a fucking comedy. I mean, it is. It's very good as comedy too. But Okabe, I can't with this man. I can't with him. I briefly explained my situation and what happened with Lukako before I leaped. How many times have I explained this to Kurisu now?
岡部さんと牧瀬さん、今日はお参りですか？
Hey, Lukako, do you like me? Not exactly.
ご本。実は漆原さんに話があるの。
This is the strategy I thought of. Its name is Operation Christina. Lukako reacts differently to me. I already know she'll have a breakdown if I tell her she's a guy. But she's not too familiar with Kurisu, and they're both girls, so it should be easier if Kurisu tells her. That's why I persuaded Kurisu to handle it. So I wait behind Kurisu and watch silently.
何でしょうか?
Fast promotion there, wow, great. I'm banning you, thank you. What might that be? Lukako is shy. He was distant with me back when we first met. And I can see she's made a small wall between herself and Kurisu now too. On the other hand, Kurisu is very calm, truly reliable. Kurisu puts on a gentle smile and begins her explanation.
男性と女性で脳の働きって全然違うって知ってた？
Kurisu. Okabe. You're both scientists. What is...
はい。
Hey.
男性は右脳が活発。 女性は左脳が活発なの。
I don't have my hand set so that it's like you can see when I put my hand to my forehead and like it's
ちなみに右脳は画像処理とか空間処理、あとは総合的な判断力なんかに使われる。左脳を使うのは言語、あと計算とかかな。そうそう、右脳と左脳をつなぐ脳梁っていうのがあるんだけど、女性の場合はこれが発達してたりする。
Yeah?
ほら、よく言うでしょ、女性は2つ以上のことを同時にできるって。それは脳梁が発達してるからだっていう説もあるわね。
What the hell is she talking about, Jesse?
まあこれはどっちかっていうととんでも科学に近い俗説であって、それほど信憑性が高いわけでもないんだけど、ちょっとだけ試してみてもいいかな。
What?
何をですか？
あなたの脳が女性としてのパターンを示しているのか、男性としてのパターンを示しているのか、
What?
マッピングしてみたいの。
What is happening?
マッピングって何ですか？
Chav, it's literally Volkswagen Beagle Day. Beagle. It's literally World Volkswagen Beetle Day. Why aren't you watching Herbie? I don't know many people that celebrate that holiday. I'm certainly not one of them. But hello, Andy. We could force him, Nyan. No, you certainly cannot. I am busy reading Steins Ghetto. Lukako is clearly frightened.
脳波マッピング。あなたの脳波をサンプルとして取らせてもらうだけ。とにかく調べればわかるって。ね。
We're just gonna scan your brainwaves. It'll be fine. It won't hurt. Yeah.
嫌です。
No, I'm good.
ほんと大丈夫だから。私が保証するから。ほらほら。
Just come to the lab. Don't worry.
お前はどこの変態親父か。
I lightly chop Kurisu on the head.
何よ。
I thought at first maybe it is smart to bring Kurisu to try to explain the situation to Lukako. This is not how you do it either. These are two scientists, allegedly. Kurisu's been published in papers and shit. We're cooks here.
何よではない。何のためにここに来たのだ。ルカ子を怯えさせてどうする。
私はただ彼女に貴重な被験者として。
valuable test subject?
帰れ。この実験大好きっ子が。
Get out of here. Bad. Back to the lab, you experiment-loving girl.
ああ、そう。せっかく協力してあげたのにそういう扱いなわけ。だったら言われた通りに帰る。あとはあんた一人で頑張りなさい。
I didn't think you'd be worse than my attempts at it. I don't know. Kurisu leaves the shrine with squared shoulders, muttering darkly to herself.
岡部さん、牧瀬さんは何の話を？
つまりだな。
Basically.
お前は本当は男なんだ。
I did comp volume 1 to 3 of Dorohedoro yesterday. I wish I had brought any sort of Dorohedoro merch with me to Asen, because they had Dorohedoro Season 2 people there, and I could have gotten an autograph, but I didn't have it. I also didn't get an autograph for them for it, but I also didn't... I think I tried to apply for them and they ran out anyways, but, like, there was probably a chance I could have been on the waitlist, I could have gotten in, but I didn't have anything for it anyways. Right? I didn't go to the signing for that, right? Wait, hold on. Trying to remember who the, there was... Because they were doing Dorohedoro Season 2 stuff at, I think, Asen. Asen Dorohedoro. Oh yeah, wait. Mappa. Mappa autographs came up there for a second. Here we go. Did I go to this? I did not. There was 3 people that were involved with Dorohedoro Season 2, and you could have gotten autographs from them. I think one of them is, like, probably the director. Yeah, he's the director. I could have had it signed. But, I didn't have shit on me. I actually don't think I own any physical copies of Dorohedoro. I should get one, though. I should. That would be nice, I think. There's still a part of me that thinks cop is spelled and pronounced like cope. It's not. You're coping. It looks so fire and physical. I imagine the art for the manga I remember being very nice. It's just some of the fights we couldn't understand what the fuck was happening later. You're actually a guy. And then we explain the whole situation again. The results are the same, of course. You know, you would think this second time around he would pick, like, better words. Or, like, try different words, at least. I feel like the order of the words he used to explain the situation was terrible the first time around. We could have done this more easily the next time. I hear the tweeting of small birds outside the window. It's morning now. It's nice and cool early in the morning, even though it's the middle of the summer. Too bad the cicadas are already chirping. This is where Mayuri comes in and she's pissed. The sun's not too strong yet. This is the second time I've woken up like this, though the date was different the first time. In any case, my mental state is exactly the same as back then. Through the front door, I hear someone stomping up the stairs. Chat Pokemon has no dialogue options. He isn't playing VN. Listen. He has text message options for things. I'm just saying. I jump up thinking it's Moika, but then I realize who it is. Mayuri enters and greets me with a disapproving pout. Originally, Mayuri was supposed to stay over at the lab, but last night she got a call from someone and left in a hurry. She probably went to see Lukako. Mayuri puffs out her cheeks and thrusts a finger at me. Of course, I sigh in frustration. Before I time leaped, this happened on the 14th. Today is the 12th, so since I explained the situation to Lukako early, it looks like Mayuri's protest came early too. Yeah, Mayuri, trust me, I don't know why I said that either. Okay, why do you keep phrasing it like this? I feel like I don't even think the explanation of the situation, I mean, it's gonna sound crazy no matter what because we're trying to say a time travel thing has happened to a person, okay? But if we can get them on board on that bit, I think everything else about the story is fine. Our problem here is that he starts the story by saying that, Lukako, you're actually a guy. We don't have to start it like this. We do not have to start the phrasing of it like this, because that's not even what we're technically even meaning here. So, but I love how modern social media has made me look at this and go, she looks AI generated because a modern AI is trained off this art. And by love, I mean fucking, hey, listen. All you gotta know, I feel like we're gonna have a point where, with AI art stuff, I don't want to talk about AI art stuff too long because I know it's always a rabbit hole that we go down, but whatever date those truly began to blow up, whatever like year, would it be like 2020, 2022 or something like that, like whatever year it really started to blow up and be used everywhere and ChatGPT blew up everywhere or whatever, we're gonna have to like come up with a term for like the era before and the era after in order to determine like art styles beyond that point and the likeliness of like questioning the validity of a lot of art, like because there was probably doubts before about people like tracing arts or whatever, like, but that's a far different thing than what we got now, you know. So it's like I don't know. It's gonna be a wild time because now that AI art and AI in general is like a thing now, generative AI specifically is a thing now. It's not going away, which is very unfortunate. I want it to, but it's not. And the current path we've chosen for it is terrible. So I don't know what we do about that other than everything's gonna get worse with that, and we just have to live with that and ignore it where we can. I don't know. But again, I don't want to talk about this stuff for too long because it's gonna be a whole thing, and I fucking hate it. I'm with you, okay? I'm with you, is what I'm saying. Burn the internet is always a valid solution. Okay, well, I like the internet. It's kind of where I have my job, too. You know, so I'd like to not burn the internet. Fully. You mean the Renaissance versus Baroque? I don't know. Maybe? Maybe? Okay. We're going back to the VN. Why did you say such a mean thing? Because your life is in danger, but I can't tell you that. Don't worry, I'm gonna go apologize now.
そうなの？あ、よかった。オカリンが謝らないって言い出したらね。
Well, don't worry.
マユシーはオカリンと絶交するつもりだったんだ。
Well, don't you worry. I'm apologizing right now. That mail should come any minute now. Yep, there it is. It actually came. If I go to Yanabadashi Shrine now, Lukako will confess her love and ask me to be her boyfriend.
恋人になってください。
But this time I thought ahead.
Christina! Christina!
I thought ahead. Loudly shouts, Christina, where are you, Christina? I started yelling at the development room and began to hear the sounds of someone moving
ク
inside.
リスちゃん、寝てるの？徹夜なんだから起こ
It's
さない
time,
方
it's
がいい
time,
よ。
it's time. I know, but I have to do this.
クリスティーナ起きてきてくれ
うるさいな。
Kurisu comes out of the development room with sleepy eyes.
クリスちゃん、トゥットゥルー。
Doo-doo-doo. Last night she fell asleep at the desk. The sleeves of her clothes left a mark on her cheek. Her hair's frayed. Her eyes are red. She rubs those red
な
eyes.
んなの？
これから柳林神社に行くお前
She's
が
like,
ついてきてくれ
she's gonna be like, oh no. Last time you told me to go there and explain the difference between male and female brains, okay? And then you told me to fuck off. I'm not going with you, motherfucker.
オペレーションクリスティーナ2だ
Christina too. And she's okay with it?
まゆりちゃんが危ないことになる前まででだからになってください。本当にください。恋
Boy. And
恋人になってください。
same as before. Only this time, I have to be a boyfriend for 4 days instead of just 2. I guess you could say it's a bold proposal. Fortunately, I came prepared. It's time to set Operation Christina 2 into motion. She's gonna be like, yeah, go for it. I'm not involved. Can I go back to sleep? Last time, things got complicated when I added the experiment-loving girl to the conversation. This time, I had her watch things from the shadows near the staircase.
すまんちょっとだけ待ってくれ
I turn my back to Lukako and call Kurisu.
よう、リア充。
Sup, you filthy normie.
お前人の気も知らずに何がリア充だ
Think about how I feel for once. Did it give us a word for normie in the past? I think it did. Oh, here it is. People who find happiness and fulfillment in the real world. Markers of a normie include having lots of friends, having a girlfriend or boyfriend, participating in club and or school activities, going to parties regularly, vacationing overseas, and displaying a lack of interest in 2D entertainment.
今のルカ子の話聞いていたか
今北産業。
I can't hear shit.
聞いてなかったのか
I just called you a normie just to call you a normie.
この遠さじゃ聞こえるわけない。
告白15日まで
お
そして
めでとう
男に戻る
把 楽。
Roger.
でも何をいちいち
What's-
私
what's
に
the
相談する
problem?
ことがあるわけ？
What's
ウ
the
ルシバラ
problem,
さんの願い
Wakabe?
を叶えてあげればいい。
だけど相手はルカ子だぞ。
どこが不満なの？あんなに可愛いの。
What's the problem, buddy? What the fuck?
しかし元
元は男だったなんてのは
Army guy must
Anthony
just be a
also comes in
delusion of yours.
私から見れば彼女は最初から彼女だった。観念しなさいって。
Just give up. Alright, bye. You're dating her now.
あ、
She hung up. I don't know why you brought her along.
何のために連れてきたと。
I have no idea why you did. What did you think was gonna happen here? What a useless assistant. I stuffed my phone into my pocket and head back to Lukako. What did he think would happen?
今の電話の相手ってマキセさんですか？
あ、ああ。
そうですか。なんだか今の岡部さんとても
I just asked you to be my boyfriend and you called another woman? You called another woman the moment I asked you to be my boyfriend? Hello?
どこがだ。
Is this pressure? Is she applying psychological pressure?
それで
Lukako fidgets restlessly.
さっきのお返事を
Please be my boyfriend. A 4-day trial relationship. Will those 4 days feel long or short? I mean, sure, Lukako is cute. She's very slender and delicate, especially around the waist, and her skin is as white as alabaster. Even when Lukako was a guy, I occasionally found myself mesmerized by his girlish demeanor. Biologically, the current Lukako is a girl, so even if we do stuff, there shouldn't be a problem. But still, I'm on a mission to change Lukako back into a guy. I need to accomplish that mission to save Mayuri. If I go out with the girl Lukako and fall in love with her, then I will be able to treat the guy Lukako like... will I be able to treat the guy Lukako like I used to? If I forget he's a guy and lose my self-control, it could result in complications. Going out with the current Lukako isn't the problem. I mean, I still have my reservations, but cuteness is justice, right? The real source of my hesitation is the thought of what happens afterward. The problem isn't Lukako, but my own heart. Besides, I'm supposed to be saving Mayuri, not going out on dates. But on the other hand, Lukako's cooperation is essential to save Mayuri. I won't get anywhere if I reject Lukako and make her cry. For the sake of my goal, I must overcome the problems of my heart. I'll do it. I'll take Lukako's deal. But if we're going to do this, I tell myself, there's one rule that you must follow. You must not fall in love with Lukako. Even if it means trampling on her heart, you must not fall in love. Fall in love and you could end up walking the forbidden path. Lukako is a guy. Oh my god. Okabe, please. You gotta... Okabe! I can't with this guy. We gotta... Guy. Oh my god. Okabe! And don't you forget... Oh my god. Just don't forget. Those kind of bits are like the only annoying thing about the writing for Steins Gate. Because, like, he has all these other scenes regarding Lukako where it's like, okay, Lukako decided to use their D-mail to change themselves into a girl. That's who they want to be. And he spends the beginning of this being like, I need to undo that to go to the... To get the IBN 5100 to save Mayuri, but also, I don't want to undo that, because this is what Lukako chose to do. And no matter how I try to explain this to her, it will make her cry, because this is what she wanted. And this is fucked. And he's like trying to think of all the simulations in his head of like, what to do here with this. I mean, the real answer to me seems to be, we gotta pinpoint what happened to the IBN 5100, as a result of Lukako changing into a girl to prevent us from it being here. But we are more focused now on dealing with the repercussions of trying to explain it to her, because now she's like, be my boyfriend, and then I'll be fine with whatever you gotta do to fix this. But, I mean, really, we could spend some more time trying to figure out about the IBN 5100 here. But, yeah, I don't know. When it does those bits, I mean, those bits were annoying at the beginning, too, when you first meet Lukako, when Lukako was still a guy. Like, the writer, fuck, what's the Psy guy's writer's name? I always forget. Something. Steins Gate writer. Chiyomaru Shikura. I don't know what their deal is with this kind of stuff, but they have interesting views of it, I guess, because like Okabe is very respectful of Lukako and their gender in most scenes, and then he'll just randomly be like, no, stop, you have to remember, Lukako's a guy, Lukako's a guy, a guy. It's like, buddy, what is happening here? What is happening? In most of the other scenes, he's, like, respectful of it, but then he'll be like, no, Lukako's a guy. Sure, I'll show you right now, and walks up and tries to grab their crotch in the middle of, like, several people being there, and it's like, buddy, who wrote this and thought that was okay? I don't know if Okabe would do that as a character, considering all the other scenes he's in. So there's just, like, these weird moments with that kind of stuff in here. But all the other time, in this arc in general, from what I remember, is actually pretty respectful towards Lukako, but we just have these little moments where he's saying this shit, and I don't know where that comes from, because that's just not Okabe. I don't know what that's about. I don't know. But, that's just to keep in mind. So, like, we spent a good chunk of the time before all the comedy bits with Kurisu here, trying to respectfully think of how to approach this. Is what we were doing at first. So. But, anyways, we're saying very well. We're gonna do it. We're gonna start dating Lukako. He was just doing the pants grab that you were talking to me about next. That's a reference to Rudy's stream. They have a pants grab emote, so it's always just like an insult, like you know, where's the pants grab emote? And no, that's for like a comedy bit, okay? That's for a comedy bit. You don't go doing that to people like Okabe did in that one scene. That's that's bad. The pants grab is usually doing it to your own pants, okay? Just to be clear, it's usually what that's about. Anyways, we're gonna continue. By the way, most of this route I remember being a pretty, like, emotional / sad / heartwarming experience. I had completely forgotten all of the comedy bits that they threw in towards the beginning of this, with, like, all the Kurisu and Okabe terrible ideas of how to approach this. I forgot all about those.
お前と付き合おう。15日の夕方までだが。
Is this happy cry or sad cry? Because, like, it sounded like a sad cry, but this is exactly what she wanted, so... Tears immediately fall from Lukako's eyes.
なぜ泣く?
Okay, so it's happy crying. It doesn't sound like it, but it's happy crying.
嬉しくててっきり嫌だって言われるかと。よかった。
Oh, by the way, the other bit we forgot to mention as well. Okay, stop crying. Okay, I'm trying to yap the stream, all right? This ain't about you. It is about you. It's your route. But listen. The other bit I forgot to mention was how we changed Lukako into a girl in this world line, because we only have the power of text messaging at our disposal. The way that we did this, for those of you tuning in who don't remember, was that we got Lukako's mom's pager number back when she was pregnant with Lukako, and we text her saying, eat more vegetables. Because something, if you eat more meat, allegedly, that means you're more likely to give birth to a guy. And if you eat more vegetables and fruits or whatever, you're more likely to give birth to a girl. I don't know what Chiyomaru was thinking with that. I'm assuming he saw, like, one theory posted online that somebody had and just assumed, I could work with this. Maybe that'll work. I don't... That's, like, one of the wildest bits of the time travel stuff involved with Steins Gate. Like, I just... No. I don't know if that's how that works. I don't know. It clearly works, so who are we to it's a story, okay? This is not a science experiment here. Her face is red and her eyes are wet with tears, yet she's really happy. Seeing her like this, all shy and embarrassed but happy at the same time, makes me feel... Bro really said boys like eating meat? Apparently. She's too cute. As Ryukishi tells us, okay? Ryukishi tells us, alright? Boys get into sports, girls get into the occult, right? So, you know, Chiyomaru just read a different fact about the differences. You mustn't fall in love, but I'm about to. It's been like 5 seconds. Why does every single one of her actions have to be so cute? Must be doing it on purpose. There's no other way. Lukako's cuteness is the terror of the universe.
岡部さん
なんだ
Lukako wipes away her tears.
その明日
A da? A da? Da? Daru? What does she mean by da?
デートに連れてって
A date?
ください。
なんだと
A date? True, when a couple goes somewhere together, that's called a date. It would really be a dick move if I refused to go on a date right after we started going out. I mean, what did you think was gonna happen when you agreed to be her boyfriend? What did you think you guys would be doing? Do you think it would just be like a title thing? Like, the speedrun is crazy? I
行
mean...
くのは問題ないがどこへ行く
Oh, I don't know, anywhere. I didn't think this far ahead. I didn't think I'd get here. Doesn't look like she's got a place in mind.
岡部さんの行きたいところに行きたいです。
He's like, I just want to go back to the lab. Can we just go back to the lab?
つまり岡部さんが好きな場
The
所を
places I frequent, we got
知りたいから
we got the lab. We got Maid Queen. So a maid cafe. And we got here. I don't really know many other places I frequent. So in other words, she wants me to decide for her. It's really unfair to be so cute. People will forgive you for anything you say. I scratch my head in thought.
じゃあプランは明日までに考えておく
I'll figure it out. I'll lock in. For now, I just want to get out of the sickeningly sweet atmosphere that's brewing. We arranged to meet tomorrow morning, then I quickly leave the shrine behind. There we go. I breathe a sigh of relief at the sparsity of pedestrians on Manseibashi Bridge.
それで
Oh, God. Kurisu is walking behind me. She was completely useless.
結局付き合うことになったの？まあ漆原さんのリアクション見てたらなんとなく予想はつくけど。
お前見ていたのか
She was there the whole time. What do you mean? You told her to be there.
岡部が見てろと言ったんだろ。
You were, like, you told her to. Oh, yeah. I was expecting her to give me advice. Guess I should have known better.
明日
Was this seriously what you thought would happen here? I don't... What did he think would happen? Hold on 1 second here. Yeah, check things. Oh my god, hold on. I really have to check something now. Holy shit, holy shit. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Alright, apologies for that. We're ready to go. We're going on a date tomorrow. Kurisu makes a small nasal sound. She hasn't been making eye contact. Oh my god. What is our age difference here? I'm like, what, freshman college? She's probably like senior high school. What is Lukako age? Lukako Steins gate age. Okay, she's 16, and how old is Okabe? Okabe Steins gate age is 18. It's 2-year difference. Okay, come on. Come on. Come on. What? You can't. All right, well. She's just jealous. She's like, Kurisu 17, all right? Damn you, Kurisu. Must you always be so cynical? Let's just ignore her and go get to the lab. But just as I quicken my pace, she grabs my shoulder and pulls me back. I almost fall down backward. Well, irritate? Are you jealous? Could Christine be jealous? Kurisu doesn't tell me what she's irritated about. Instead, she starts rubbing her temples. Not at all. Date plans. I told Lukako I'd come up with something by tomorrow. So far, I've made no progress. I can't help but feel uneasy about the whole thing, even though I'm doing it to save Mayuri. This calls for Hoin Kyoma. Quick, Bichuni. Rivaling Isaac Newton himself? Hold on. We'll check it. Hoin Kyoma. 15. That's 15 IQ here. And I'm just gonna, just for good measure, Isaac Newton is 151. That actually sounds pretty accurate. Okabe, you're a bit off by like 1 digit there. By like one digit. Wolfborg is 51. I'm like, I do find it's funny. 15, 151, 51. I think the bot is just typing in 1 and 5 at random. I think that's all that is. Mine should be like 511, I think. Reading Steins is killing Chap's brain cells. No, it would never. It would never. It enhances it. 94? Impressive. Impressive. Almost rivals Isaac Newton's. Naturally. Mad scientist.
世界を影で操る支配構造の破壊、混沌の創造であり。
I want to read this whole thing. Naturally, as a mad scientist, I have no interest in this thing mortals call love. My incredible brain is devoted to the destruction of the ruling structure that controls the world and the birth of a new age of chaos.
どう見ても童貞です。本当にありが。
Alright. What?
今のは聞かなかったことにして。
I thought she was just calling me a virgin, but I think she was also just referencing a 4chan thing. Yeah, she was referencing a 4chan thing. Okay. Or 2channel, I guess.
この女子風情がよくもズケズケと真実をついてくれたな。
How dare you call out the truth? I'll never forgive you.
ごめん。
大体そういうお前はどうなのだ。俺に
Oh
抗議を
shit.
されるほどにデート経験は豊富な
Oh
のか。
shit. I don't miss Christina's grimace.
それ見ろ。お前だって勉強や研究に明け暮れてそういった経験はゼロなのだろう。遠いアメリカの地で寂しい青春時代を送ってきたのだろう。
うるさい。バージンで悪いか。
You started this! You motherfucker! Well, this is going well.
秋葉の中心でバージンと叫ぶ18歳天才少女。
Got her. I wouldn't be surprised to see it plastered across the blogosphere. Okay, I thought that was trying to say like Balinese at first. Or like Valodi. But it's blogosphere. Thankfully, it's early morning. There are still a few pedestrians grinning at Kurisu.
場所を変えるわよ。
Kurisu starts to hurry away.
女の子との初デートで重要なのは相手に与える印象をいかに良くするかである。不潔な格好は論外。特に髪はきちんと散髪する。
Out of the question.
長髪は汚らしく見えるので
Haircut's very important.
服装に関してもぴったり合ったサイズのものを着ていくこと。
Exactly the right size.
秋葉系の男子は大きめのサイズの服を好んで着ている傾向にあるが、これはだらし
Looks
なく見
sloppy.
えるの
It's
で
no good. No good at all. Zen dameda. Why exactly am I in a maid cafe getting date advice from my younger assistant who is also a girl? Parentheses.
初デートではお互いに緊張していることもあって会話が途切れがち。重要なのは会話のキャッチボール。
This is like... Even without having the previous conversation outside with her, this is like dripping with girl who has not dated but has like thoroughly researched the process of dating and is now sharing this advice with you, person going out on a date. This is like so much research that she has put into it to one day do and then has not done yet. Absolutely. You can just feel it. What the hell is Steins Gate about? We have to go through this process to save Mayuri. Mayuri's going to die in like 3 days unless we can get a computer called the IBM 5100, which we had at first, but then a series of people we gave our time travel phone texting technology to sent different emails or text messages that affected the timeline, and now we have to undo each of them. And the current one we have to undo is Lukako's, which turned Lukako into a girl. We have to undo this because we don't understand why the computer is still missing, even though they should have had the computer there at the shrine that they live at. Something about them being a girl has caused it to disappear from there. And so we have to undo it. Not just their thing, we have to undo everybody's. But this is just one of the people's routes that we have to undo. So this is why this route's focused on Lukako. That's the point of Steins Gate. We're doing time travel stuff. That we've gotten ourselves too far deep into some time travel stuff, and we're trying to undo some of that in order to try to save someone from what appears to be the consequences of our own time-based actions. So that's why we're doing this. And now we get some comedy bits too. We like to have fun here. So anyways, Clarissa is telling us all about the research she's done about what it means to date. So we have to play conversation catch.
一方的に話すだけでは相手が楽しいはずがない。特に女性は
What's
会話
that?
をするのが大好きな
A
ので
one-sided conversation's what? Hold on, I got a text message. What? I'm sorry, are you talking? I'm reading a text here from Mayuri. Okarin became a mad scientist for Mayushi's sake, right? Maybe it's irresponsible of me to say you don't have to act like a bad guy. Thanks? This just came out of nowhere, and I can't reply to it. Maybe I did something right with the previous text with her? Oh no, that was undone. Why did I get this? Why did you send this to me? Thanks? Maybe? I don't even know. One-sided conversations aren't fun for the other side. Girls especially like to talk to, so the guy should try to keep the conversation going. Okay.
ただ聞くだけではなく、きちんと相槌を打つことが必要。そうすることで女性は話をちゃんと聞いてくれる人だと思うはず。
Responsiveness. And the key thing is to actually fucking listen too, so you can give responses that are actually appropriate. This isn't just about dates too. This is about like socializing in general. Jot this down, jot this down.
つまり、いつも通りの岡部じゃ全く話にならないってことね。
Basically. Get good.
とりあえず、普通に喋ることから始めないと。
Just act normal.
あ、例のバカっぽい高笑いは当然禁止ってことで。
No more of that idiotic laughter. What? It's very cool, I'll have you know.
そもそもあんたって女の子に優しくないのよね。普段の物言いが尊大すぎる。というか、偉そうでムカつく。電波妄想も
Fuck you, it's a part of my charm, okay? Lukako likes me for that side of me, probably, maybe.
デートマニュアル本を音読しているだけの文在で上から目線は
That's
やめ
true,
ろ。
that's damn
この
true.
メリケン少女名が。
You American virgin. Since neither of us knows anything about romance, we're studying out of a dating manual we bought on the way here. These two are so fucking stupid. Listen, it'll work out.
誰がメリケン少女だ。
お前以外に誰がいる？
はいはい、童貞オツ。知ってる？一度も侵入を許していない砦は頼もしくて、一度も侵入に成功しない兵士は頼りないっていう格言。
What? A fortress is judged by how many attacks it repulses. A soldier is judged by how many fortresses he takes. I mean, I guess it makes sense, but...
それは格言じゃないだろう。
Listen,
というか、
they're just following the practice that we do with the SNES games now, okay? Before you attempt the game, you read through the whole manual. It's important.
確かに。なんだか虚しくなってきた。でも、このデートマニュアルって結構面白いこと書いてあるな。
Okay, so like, do the delusions have any connections to the chaos head, or is this like coincidence? She keeps saying the word delusions. Her saying that he's having delusions it either refers to him having chuny moments where he's pretending about things, very obviously, or he's referencing things that happen on Otherworld lines. His delusions are the delusions that happened in Chaos Head were like delusions that were turned into reality through science reasons there. Here, she's saying delusions, but it's not necessarily any correlation with that. Although, as you can tell by my phone background, that's a Chaos Head reference. There are several Chaos Head references within this. But just the word delusion itself being referenced isn't necessarily. But I mean, maybe it's a slight nod that it keeps being used for the phrasing for that. Anyway, this dating manual actually says some pretty interesting things. Yeah, like what? Kurisu flips through the manual on top of the table. Watch out, dating market, because I can't be beat. Oh, I see. You missed the Toradora reference. Oh, that's true. There's a Toradora reference in the Akiaba backgrounds right here. If we get to it again, I'll point it out. Kurisu flips through the manual on top of the table.
自分はさりげなく車道側を歩くとか、女の子にお金を出させるのは
I think they call it Tora no Ana
これ、
here
明日のデー
or
トで
something
全
like
部
that.
守らないとダメよ。
Like when walking down the street, be sure to put yourself between your date and the road, or whatever you do, don't make the girl pay for anything. Okay, for your date tomorrow, make sure you follow all these rules. Oh, okay, cool. I wonder if I can be, if I can really be that careful. I will just say, okay, I've also heard the thing about like, if you're walking down the street, put yourself between your date and the road, but like, I don't know if that the effectiveness of it feels like the idea, like, how do I phrase this? It sounds like it is a kind, nice thing, sort of, maybe, but it requires you to, like, state that that is the purpose of doing it, and that feels weird. I don't know how to explain this. It feels like a stupid thing. The point of it, I always assume, maybe I'm wrong, the point of it is so that, like, if a car like veers off the road or like an accident occurs or whatever, she is in less danger and you are in more danger instead in order to protect her or something. But it is like an absurd thing to do for like a point for that. I don't know why it gets brought up at times. It's to prevent them from getting isekai. Well, I wonder if I can really be that careful. Carry a clean handkerchief. That's a good one. I don't do that, but it sounds good in practice. Spread it out when the girl goes to sit on a park bench. Also sounds like a neat idea. However, most people don't think to get a clean handkerchief anymore to keep on their person. Let alone to even think about doing it for that.
俺は世話係ではない。
そう書いてあるんだからしょうがないでしょ。
That's not what the book says.
ご飯は
You gotta look at the
立ち食
book.
いそばとかファーストフードは避ける。ファミレスがボーダーライン。
We can't go to
それ以上は
McDonald's
自
for
分
the
の財
date?
布の中身と相談して。
Family restaurants are borderline acceptable. Can we go to Cheesecake Factory? Is this allowed? I've taken several dates to Cheesecake Factory before. None have complained. Twitter seems to think that that's a bad thing. Or they did at some point. I'm just saying. Nobody has ever said no to Cheesecake Factory. Most of them enjoyed the time at the Cheesecake Factory. I don't really think I've had anybody complain about Cheesecake Factory. Is that a problem?
ファミレスがボーダーライン。
What does Square know about getting women? I mean, that's probably true too. I don't know. What does Square know about dating in general? Most of them just have their ideas of what it's like to date and none of them actually do it. That's just how it is.
待ち合わせ場所には最低15分前には来ておくこと。遅刻厳禁。
Retardedness is unacceptable, that's true. Unless you're very, very communicative about it at least.
15分前到着。
And like have a good reason for it.
あとはデートコースね。映画館とか美術館。街をブラブラ歩く。
You probably should not take her to the movies as a first date unless you're also doing other stuff afterwards. Like going out to eat together or other things. It's just a pro tip. Or if you do something first and then go to the movies or whatever. Just something. Because if you go to the movies as like the whole date, like you're probably not talking with them that much. That's the main problem. That part is true. That part is true. That's the big advice people will try to tell you.
なるほど。意外と地味なんだな。俺はてっきり初デートというぐらいだから、夕焼けの綺麗なリゾート風海岸へ行き、そこでファーストキスを交わさなければならない
Okay,
のか。
those sound very nice. You're reading too many romance novels though. They usually don't have to be all that.
あ、それすごくロマンチック。じゃなくて、童貞思考全開だな。ドラマや漫画の見過ぎ。
You read too much manga. Probably true.
ちなみに相手は未成年なんだから、ホテルに連れ込もうなんて不潔なこと考えないで。
You need to stop with the phrasing here because she's two-year difference. 18, 16. You gotta. It's a 2-year difference. That way lies forbidden. Oh my god. Not to mention Lukako is such an innocent girl. If I brought her to a hotel, she'd probably faint from shock.
ざっとこんなところね。どう？私のレクチャー少しは役に立った？
お前のレクチャーではなく、マニュアル本のレクチャーだろう。
Oh, but also just to be clear, because I'm realizing now she's also saying it in the context of taking her to a love hotel. Okay, we also should not be fucking her on these first dates. To be clear, this should not be happening either. Okay, so I don't even know why that was a thought that was even brought up. Okay, in that case, I don't have any. I don't have to waste money. Wait, what did we say? Well, was my lecture matter? You mean the manuals lecture? Strolling around town counts as a date, huh? Yeah, and you don't have to waste money on that.
にゃにゃ今日誰かとデートするのかにゃ
Date one is a little too fast for that. Even if we go on like, what are we? We're dating until the 15th. Even if we go on like a date every day, we should not be fucking her on any of these days. Just because it's like the third date here, Chap just said fuck hookup culture. We're dating Lukako to save Mayuri's life by saying once we're done with the dating, we have to turn you into a guy. It feels fucked up to hook up, even if even if Okabe does fall in love with her. That feels kind of messed up to do because we're just gonna be undoing all of that. So I'm just saying. Anyways, Ferris is here. Nya nya. Ferris comes to our table, carrying drinks.
お待たせしましたアイスコーヒーになりますにゃ
Ice coffee. As usual, she pours in milk and syrup right in front of me. Kurisu watches this with great interest. I guess this is her first time at a maid cafe.
デート相手はマユシーかにゃ
Mayushi. I love how we're... Well, I mean, she was listening in, I guess, but I love how we're sitting with Kurisu, talking about going on a date, and Ferris is like, "Oh, are you on a date with Mayushi?" Not the girl sitting across from me. Ferris winks at me playfully while stirring Kurisu's iced coffee.
なぜそこでマユリが出てくるのだ
Why would you think that?
はにゃ違うのかにゃじゃあ
One second. Okay. There we go. And this one. Cool. Great. Wonderful. Ferris looks at Kurisu. Okay, finally she looks at her.
この子なのにゃ
Is it her? Oh, someone's blushing.
いやこいつは助手だ
Just instant no. That's my assistant. I would never. Kurisu and I exchange glares sharper than a sword's blade. My sword sparks are flying.
じゃあ別の子なのにゃ今日待ってばいろんな子に手を出しつ
Kill me, you tomcat.
ほー
Making moves on too many
い
girls.
ろんな子に手を出しすぎなのか
何をバカな
Well, I guess I did hug Ferris. And also basically dated her in the last ending from the last time we streamed the game. Listen, that didn't happen. We undid that. But that was on the 14th, so when I time leaped to the 12th, it was undone. I shake off a pang of loneliness and return to the conversation. The next day finds me strolling around Akiba with Lukako.
次はどこに行きましょうか
But our body remembers. Don't phrase it like that. No. Event number 1, lunch at a family restaurant, is already complete. I took care of the bill, and now we're back out in the heat. I've got the entire day planned out in my head. The next event is...
街をブラブラするぞ
Let's walk. Huh? Sure. It's Obon holiday, so Akiba is crowded. To avoid the crowds, we end up walking through the back streets. My plan is to walk with Lukako all the way to Ueno and back. That should be enough, right? I walk quickly. What? Hello? Supposed to be enjoying the sights and hanging out with Lukako and talking with her during this walk. You don't just walk in silence. The goal is not just to get your steps in, buddy. This conversation thing isn't going so well. Well, I mean, it's not happening. Hello? I tried to follow the guide's advice and be a good listener, but Lukako's silent by nature. no. Oh no. We're cooked, gamers. The guy didn't expect them to not yap. We're fucked. It's over. She doesn't really like talking on her own. Even at the family restaurant, the words we exchanged were mostly just things like, it's crowded today, it's delicious, and it was delicious. Oh no. I mean, I think it was a mistake to just wander around. Especially since we've ended up in a residential area with no interesting scenery whatsoever. You would think... I wonder... Hold on. Let me sit down and think about this. Because for shy people, I guess, like Lukako, and very nervous daters like Okabe, like, if either of these people were to date somebody that they don't know, maybe that would be a little easier on them because they don't know this person at all, so the questions they could ask could come more naturally, like, what are you studying in school, or what are your favorite hobbies, or whatever. But with these two, they've been friends for a while, and like, in many cases that would mean like they're more comfortable talking with them about the stuff. But if they're both very nervous about switching from friends to dating, and they already know everything about each other, and they like see each other pretty much every day, maybe it genuinely does become harder for them to think of things to talk about. Maybe. Because they seem like they don't really have anything else going on except for, like, Lukako taking care of the shrine and Okabe freaking the fuck out about time travel. You know, I don't know. Maybe it is trickier here. Lukako speaks up. She's a few steps behind me. I stop and turn around. Lukako catches up and we start walking together again. Oh? Oh? The first time we met?
Oh.
Of course, what I actually remember is how I met the male Lukako. Oh, flashback. It was during Golden Week in May. I was searching Akiba for materials to build a new future gadget when I saw Lukako in his Miko garb surrounded by some cameraman. Cameramen plural. They were trying to get photos of the Miko garb, I see. Oh my god. Oh my god. Low angular A. It's not cosplay. It's not cosplay, she works at a shrine. It's a uniform. The bros went up to her and said, "Listen, you're fit. You're fit. You're dripped too hard. We gotta take a photo, please. Onegai." Bro, they said no. They said no. Leave them alone. What? He's like, I don't know what that is. Miko Overdrive. Fictional. A magical girl anime with 5 Miko girls as the protagonists. Its target audience is adolescent girls, but many boys in their late teens or men in their 20s enjoy it too for some inexplicable reason. Hello? There we go. I don't know what that is. Can you leave me the fuck alone? Please?
なんでそんな嫌がるわけ？コスプレして秋葉に来たのって写真撮られるためなわけでしょ？なのに嫌がるとかおかしくない？そうだよ。それとも俺たちがキモいから拒否ってるわけ？
God, she said no. Stop.
違います。これはコスプレじゃなくて。
Hey, Lukako, listen, whether or not that's cosplay, that's not the problem here. You told them I don't want a photo. They should fuck off. What's going on here? To be honest, the Miko garb fascinated me. Because Miko are sacred, chosen to serve the gods. I know college girls are doing it for the money these days, but as far as I'm concerned, that's sacrilege. As is demanding to photograph a sacred Miko. I couldn't let it pass. Oh?
なんだよ君。
この俺を知らないだと。俺の名は
The mightiest brain
神が地上に
since Einstein himself.
灰色の脳細胞の持ち主にして世界に混沌をもたらす
Yeah, tell him.
狂気のマッドサイエンティストだ
Yeah. Yeah, tell him.
何こいつ。
What's with this guy? He's ore farming in front of us right now.
直吉。
それぐらいでやめておけそのミコが嫌
Leave that Miko alone. Ho and IQ is 162. See? He bears the mightiest brain.
なんという中二病ですか。かっこよく女の子を助けてセックルに持ち込もうとしてんじゃん。
Smex?
下心見え見え。
Smex
これ
in
だからド
return?
キュンは。
What is Smex? Sekuru? Sex? Why did they write it as Smex? I'm assuming internet reasons. Why was it translated as Smex? Because it's written in Japanese as Sekuru. What is Smex supposed to mean? They just wrote sex. Whatever.
ドキュンはお前たちだか弱い女子に男二人でまとわりつき天津さえ変態写真を撮りたいと懇願
Have you no otaku
オ
pride?
タクのプライドすら捨てたか
いえ、僕は
No, I'm not a girl. And this isn't a cosplay. There's a lot of mistakes happening
カメラ
here.
小僧などではないそれは単なる変質者だお前たちに
Kill him. Kill him, Okabe.
ないと知れなんだと可愛い三次元女子をローアングルから狙うのはみんなやってるだろ
素人のくせにお高く止まるなって言いたいね。秋葉にコスプレしてきてる時点で無差別に取られても文句言えないでしょマジで。
When you cosplay an Akiba, you're asking to get photographed. That's how it works. This isn't a cosplay, first of all. And second of all, if you're asking them and they say no, you're supposed to just accept and move on. How many other cosplayers are there in Akiba? Come on.
違うんです。僕は男です。
Our jaws immediately drop to the ground.
だから僕なんかとっても意味ないんですよ。
Lukako murmured sadly.
マジでそんなの嘘だ。こんな可愛い子が男のはず
Oh
が。
my god.
男です。
I even have an Adam's apple.
あります。
Lukako lifted his chin a bit, exposing his pale neck. That gesture was really sexy, but oh my god. There was indeed a lump on his neck.
じゃあ下もついているんですか。
Bro, can we move on, please? Lukako nodded reluctantly. He was already crying by that point. So were the cameramen. Oh my
紛ら
god.
わしいな。っていうか男なのに巫女服着てるとか。マジ吉だろ。
He works at the shrine.
取らなくてよかった。騙された気分だよ。
I feel cheated. Get the fuck out of here. We hate these two. Get them out. They left the place, mumbling compliments all the while. Those bastards were a disgrace to otaku everywhere. Daru would have said something like, "Someone this cute can't be a girl." Wait, you really aren't a girl? Awesome. Daru would say based. Daru is the true otaku.
どうもありがとうございました。
ああいや
It's nothing.
でも僕みたいな男を助けて
No. I saved someone in distress.
すみません。
What? I didn't have any expectations. I just think Mikos are very sacred, okay? We want to save a Miko. Is that so wrong?
お前名前は
漆原ルカです。
なぜ俺に謝った
だって僕こんな顔なのに男だし。
Why are you apologizing? Oh, I see.
そんなことはどうでもいい。
It matters not!
お前が男だろうが女だろうが関係ない。だがその歪んだ根性、気に入らないな。
No, that shit matters. We gotta work on that inferiority complex. See? He'll have moments like these, okay?
ついてこい。お前にいいものをやる。そのアイテムさえあれば、お前は勇気を得るだろう。
I'll give you a gift.
お前の中に眠る真の力の存在にも。
We will save you, okay? By the power of Chuni, you will be saved. Just think, what the fuck? What the fuck?
どうした？力が
You desire power, don't you?
ないのか。
いえ、力ですか。
Lukako walked the streets that day, not realizing they would become Chuni as hell.
そうだ。俺は
I could grant you
お前に
power.
力を与えることができる。
The hunger.
欲しろ、力を。
Never again will you fear a camera
お
lens.
前だけの力を求めるのだ。
まさか
What
そ
a
の後
legend.
武器屋本舗に行って
Went to
サ
Blade
ミダレを
Works.
買ってもらえるとは思ってもみませんでし
And
た。
then we got Samidari. Sami Dade. Thirst for victory. The hunger for power. The thirst for... Are you gonna... I already know. I can already tell. Never mind. I thought you were gonna type the thirst for victory and then immediately redeem that it's time to drink water, and then you didn't. That's what I thought you were gonna do, and you didn't do it. Respectable. I didn't expect he'd actually come with me. But when he did, I realized that he had potential. That's why I bought him the 980 yen tax included demon sword. You know? It's like $10 back then. I'm not that smart. Oh, okay. What's your IQ today at?
It's time to drink water.
It's time to drink water.
It's time to drink water. Drink water. It's time to drink. It's time to drink water. It's time to drink water. It's time to drink. It's time to drink water. It's time to drink water.
It's time to drink water. Okay. Let me check something else here. Okay, cool.
It's time to drink water. It's time to drink water.
I just looked at Twitter for a second, and I'm seeing a bumper sticker, which is Rena from... I'm going to post this in the book club chat as well. It's Rena from Higurashi, and it says, "I love God in football. Please don't slash my tires." I'm going to post this in book club. Okay. Alright, we took our water break. We're back. Afterwards, Lukako and I went through intense training to develop this Seishin Zanma School of Swordsmanship. In retrospect, I can't believe I said all that ridiculous stuff. It makes me want to crawl into a hole and die.
とてもびっくりしましたけど、でも岡部さんがあの時言ってくれたそんなことはどうでもいいっていう言葉はすごく嬉しかったんです。変ですよね。そんな言葉に感動しちゃうなんて。
Lukako's cheeks then turn rosy pink. Her blush is too powerful. I have to look away.
でもその言葉があったから。
So, I understand how we saved her. Obviously, that was how we saved the Lukako from the original timeline. And the words had an impact there because they were having issues with people not seeing her as the gender that she was born as or whatever. And like we were just like, it matters not. None of that matters. We're gonna help you out in a different way. How different was it here, though? As far as when you said it didn't matter, but at the same time it really made me happy. But in this timeline, she wasn't speaking about her being a guy. Maybe this gets brought up? I'm a little confused here.
だから好きになったんです。
Unless she had a reading Steiner moment and saw that meeting day.
Eh?
Wait a second. Oh, he's realizing it too. Wait a second. Wait a goddamn second. Is she saying what I think she's saying? But that Lukako was a guy. Does that mean I made the guy Lukako fall in love with me? My mind goes blank. Oh god. Wait. He didn't realize the thing I realized. He was just like, oh no, I did something heroic and the guy Lukako fell in love with me. But what about... How does the girl Lukako... Wouldn't the experience have been different how they met? By the time I drop her off back at the shrine, I'm worn out physically and mentally. We ended up walking for 4 hours straight, which was tiring, but my mental exhaustion is greater. In the end, we didn't talk much. We just walked.
今日はすごく楽しかったです。
Wow, what a fun date.
そうか。
We really got our steps in. She's just saying that out of consideration. I could tell that she's forcing her smile. All through the date, I couldn't stop thinking about the time Lukako fell in love with me, so I barely made conversation at all. That manual was completely useless. On this world line, Lukako was a girl from the beginning, so Lukako's memories of when we first met might be inconsistent with mine. But even with that in consideration, Lukako's story still felt out of place.
それでは
Why don't you just explain? You've already explained to her about the time travel stuff. Why don't you just be like, hey, so... our meeting might have been different. Can you retell the story from your perspective, perhaps? Lukako fidgets as she whispers.
なんだ
その
Tomorrow. What are we doing tomorrow?
また
We're gonna have another date tomorrow, right?
Eh?
We're gonna have a date every day, right? She wants to go on a date again tomorrow? Yeah, we got only 2 more days. I mean, we are a couple and we are going out, and that means we like each other, and it's summer break right now, so it's natural to go on a date every day.
明日も岡部さんと一緒にいたいです。
どうも。
Thanks.
ダメですか？
Sure. Yeah, that's
ダ
okay.
メなんてことはない。
Of course.
本当に。
本当に。
よかった。
Lukako smiles again. She looks so happy and relieved. Seeing her like this makes incomprehensible feelings well up inside me.
それじゃあまた明日。
I feel a huge weight on my shoulders. Another date tomorrow. Tomorrow.
あ、てってるー。おかえり。
Welcome back, Kadeen. Oh, Daru is pissed. Daru's gonna be like, shut up, normie.
リア充は死ね。
Alright. Alright, buddy. Hello to you too. Hi. When I return to the lab, I'm greeted by Mary's smile and Daru's pure hatred.
まさか中二病のオカリンに彼女ができるとか。
It's not fair. It
飯
should
ま
have
ず
been
ってレベ
me.
ルじゃねえぞ。
It's not right, man.
ルカちゃんとのデートはどうだった？
Well, I'm gonna move my mic here. There we go.
まあ、なんとか。
Stage clear, somehow.
ステージクリアした。
We take those.
かも。
We take those. Probably not, actually.
ねえねえ、あさってのコミマ、ルカちゃんとオカリンでコスプレカップルとして出てみよ
Oh, that
う
would
っ
be
て
cute.
思ったりしないかな。
That would be cute.
オカリンからもね、彼氏として ルカちゃんを説得してほしいな。マユシーがどれだけお願いしてもね、ちっとも OK してくれないんだよ。でもラブラブなオカリンからお願いされたらね、きっとコロって OK すると思うんだ。
断る。
断る。
なんで？
Because Kamima's on the 15th. Mayuri's fate to die that night. How am I supposed to spend the hours before her death cosplaying at Kamima?
正直なところ、デートの面白さがさっぱり理解できない。
ゲーオカリンてめえ、それは世の中の童貞諸君を敵に回す発言だぞ。謝れ、童貞に謝れ。
Apologize to the virgins now.
だって考えてみろ。相手にひたすら気を使い、気まずい中で二人で歩き回って食事をして帰る。
Why don't you ask them what they're thinking, buddy?
どうだ、面白い要素があるか。
Ask them what they're
オカ
thinking.
リン、そんなこと言うとね、ルカちゃんが悲しむよ。
Okabe's just like, date's kind of boring. I don't know what to do on them. Mayuri's expression is uncharacteristically serious.
好きな人と一緒にいるだけでね、
That's
女
true.
の子は幸せなんだよ。満足なんだよ。男の子はそうじゃないのかな。だとしたらマユシーは寂しいです。
This boy was just too goddamn nervous about what to do, okay? That's all it was. That's the only problem that happened here, okay? Date 2 will be perfect. Don't worry. Why would that make Mayuri sad?
オカリンがマイノリティなんだよ。つうか、デートって言
Oh
え
my
ば
God,
エロイ
Dario.
ベントたくさんあんだろう。
Dario.
お前は実にバカだな。
何言ってんだよ。手をつなぐとかマジエロくね。腕を組んでおっぱいを肘に当ててる状態とかエロすぎっしょ。
Okay.
そしてデートの終わりにはキスして締めだろ。チキショー、リア充のバカ。
Death to normies.
エロゲーのやりすぎだ。
He's so fucking sad. He's like a sad puppy. What is this?
ねえねえ、ルカちゃんはいつからオカリンのことを好きだったのかな。
Apparently when we met.
いつからって、それは。
とてもびっくりしましたけど、でも岡部さんがあの時言ってくれた「そんなことはどうでもいい」っていう言葉はすごく嬉しかったんです。その言葉があったから、だから好きになったんです。
Oh, is he finally realizing the thing I realized? I think back on what she said. Something still feels off about her story. I said that Luca's gender didn't matter. I remember that clearly. But didn't I say that because Lukako was a guy?
そうだ。そうだよ。変だ。
Now I know what feels out of place. I wouldn't have said that to a female Lukako. Why does this Lukako remember what I said back then? I recall what happened with Ferris.
思い出したにゃ。フェイリスが叶えたのは10年前に死んだパパを生き返らせることにゃ。
Ferris regained her memories from before she sent the D-mail. Could Lukako too have remembered the previous world line where she was a guy? That would explain everything. However, she remembers that event and said she liked me for it, so... Did Lukako like me even when she was a guy? Isn't that the conclusion he came to before as well, or...? I think I need to check this out. The next morning, I head to the shrine to meet with Lukako. She's already waiting in the courtyard when she sees me. She smiles and waves her hand. Too cute. Must resist.
おはようございます。
なあ、うん。
今日はその
Where are we dropping?
どこへ？
さ それよりルカ子
First of all,
はい
I make up my mind and throw out the question.
お前には男だった頃の記憶が残っていないか
Lukako twitches for a moment, and then she hangs her head.
そんなことありません
Are you lying again? Hold on, I'm moving the mic again. I'm sitting up.
本当に
Really? Lukako just nods stiffly. I consider a more forceful approach, but the words of that dating manual blaze inside my head. Whatever you do, don't make the girl sad. You might get dumped. That's true. If I get dumped, then what will happen to our 4-day agreement? Lukako might refuse to turn back into a guy. No, Lukako's not like that. Mayuri's life hangs in the balance, so I'm sure no matter what I say, she'll turn back. Of course, it's naive of me to think that. Either way, even though I'm doing this to save Mayuri, I can't just trample on Lukako's pure, maidenly heart. Neither one of us speaks. Mutual distrust? Suspicion? Discomfort? One word could shatter our temporary relationship. Luka is the first to break this suffocating
ご
silence.
めんなさい今日のデート中止に
Oh? What? No date today? Lukako bows her head and goes back into the shrine office? I hurt her. I feel guilty, but at the same time relieved. I hate myself for it. Instead of returning to the lab, I stand on the bridge in front of the station and gaze blankly at the stream of people. The TV just saying, "What on earth is happening?" What on earth? Mysterious satellite suddenly vanishes. Ferris might be visiting the lab. Ferris was at the lab on this day when I first came to this world line. My actions shouldn't have influenced Mayuri's, so she should have called Ferris over to show her the costumes. Right now, I don't want to see anybody. I need to think. But try as I might, no ideas come, no solutions. Lukako agreed to go back to being a guy if I went out with her for a time. I've stayed faithful to that, so... Faithful? How? I just made a huge mistake back there. I've done nothing but make Lukako sad. Tomorrow's the 15th, the day Komima opens, the day Mayuri dies. At the very least, I need to make our relationship last until that evening. Tomorrow's the end, but I'm not confident I can show Lukako a fun time. Alright, instead of fussing over a date, I'll just try something that won't make Lukako sad. Easy. The next morning, after Mayuri and Daru have left for Ariake, I head to the shrine to pick up Lukako. We hop the train at Akiba Station. When she looks askance at me, I tell her we're going to see Mayuri. I don't know what this word means. This is a legit word of the day here. Okay. Define askance. Okay, we're gonna... Where's my Chrome audio? Here we go. You ready?
Askance.
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 Askance. Adverb means to look at or view something with suspicion, mistrust, or disapproval.
Askance.
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 There you go. It's a little sus. It's just a little sus. Thank you. Today it won't be just the two of us. I don't know what to say when we're alone. I'm afraid I'll just hurt her again. It's time to try something different. When we get off the train at Tokyo Big Sight, Lukako stares in wonder at the scene spread before her. People, people, people. People as far as the eye can see. Welcome to Kamima, the Otaku Festival. It's the first day, so Big Sight's more crowded than usual. This is my plan, to take Lukako to Kamima. I'm not making her cosplay, of course. Lukako wouldn't even do it at Mayuri's request. And I don't want to force her to do anything she doesn't want to. We're just here to look and have fun. The first order of business is to hook up with Mayuri and Daru. Those two live and breathe Kamima, so I'm sure she'll have a lot to talk about. Conversation will flow, and I'll be off the hook. How wonderful to have friends you can count on. Of course, bringing a date to Kamima is a surefire way to earn myself the hatred of otaku everywhere. But no matter, I'll endure their contempt if that's what it takes to make Lukako happy. So resolved, I strike out through the crowd toward our designated rendezvous point. Lukako, clearly overwhelmed by the sheer number of people, struggles to follow behind. Near the edge of the parking lot, I see the petite Mayuri wave her hands high. There aren't as many people here. Aww, look at that. That's cute.
初めて来たけどすごいね。
ゆっくりしていってね。
ダルは
あのね、ダル君はグッズを手に入れるために
Of course, he's out getting the promo goods. He's busy.
抜け出せないんだって。
He's locked in.
ひとしきり戦利品をゲットしたら
If he survives the battle,
言ってたよ。
he might not. Damn, that means he won't join up with us for at least another hour. Couldn't he forgo the battle just this once? Lukako's eyes dart from place to place. She's clearly uncomfortable in the chaotic atmosphere. There's still some awkwardness between us after what happened yesterday. Even on the train ride, we barely spoke to each other. What's the point of being a couple if it turns out like this? It was easier to talk when we weren't supposed to be boyfriend and girlfriend. Lukako seemed to enjoy herself more too. Yeah, that is another factor, because now you're just nervous about blowing it and ruining not just the relationship, but also your future friendship. That's probably also a huge factor here. Was it a mistake to bring her to Kamima? Well, Lukako didn't refuse. Even when I told her we were going to Kamima, she just nodded obediently.
今日はマユシーが会場を案内してあげるよ。って言ってもね、人が多いから邪魔にならないようにしなくちゃ。
There is also another factor in Lukako's behavior here that we also need to consider that I don't think I've brought up, but Lukako is probably very aware that, like, she has feelings for Okabe. Okabe doesn't necessarily know if he reciprocates it, really, and she has now basically said, be my boyfriend for a couple of days, knowing that, like, he basically has to agree or Mayuri's gonna die. So, like, there's probably definitely a thought in her head, like, what if he only said yes because he has to save Mayuri and he doesn't actually care about my feelings or whatever. That's probably also a thing going on in her head, and she probably also feels guilty because of that too. And that's probably also why she's hesitant to talk as much on the dates and such, I would imagine.
まずはコスプレ会場に行ってそれから中に入ろうかな。
Okay, cosplay area, and then we go inside. Mayuri's more cheerful than usual. She must be happy to have us here.
ねえねえ、二人とも何が見たい？
ルカコ、見たいものはあるか？
いえ。
Lukako shakes her head.
よくわからないので岡部さんの見たいものを見に行きたいです。
俺は別に
Okay, well,
それほど興味があるわけじゃない。
you better find something to be interested in, buddy. She's here to just... She just wants to spend time with you, okay? So, you better pick something you like here. You dragged her here, so figure it out. Lukako looks unhappy. Crap, I shouldn't have answered like that. No, you shouldn't have.
ねえねえルカちゃん、コスプレ会場に行ったらね、絶対にコスプレに対する考え方が変わるよ。
Mayuri talks happily to Lukako. I'm glad I chose to rely on this ditz who can't read the room, not the room, the mood.
恥ずかしいとか、そういうのはちっともな
See,
くてね。
everyone's having fun. Nobody's
みんなとっても
embarrassed.
楽しそうなんだから。マユシーのコスを着てくれてるレイヤーさん、楓ちゃんと吹雪ちゃんって言うんだけど、二人のことも紹介するね。でね、
Do we see sprites for Kaede and Fubuki in Steins? I know you do in Zero, but I don't remember if you do
オ
here.
カリンとルカちゃんの分のコスも用意しておくから。
Kojias?
オカリンにはね、コードジアスの
Zero sum?
様コスが似合うと思うんだ。
Bro, Okabe in a fucking Code Geass cosplay would go so hard, actually. That would be amazing.
オカリンが一緒ならね、ルカちゃんも安心してコスプレできるでしょ?
That actually might work. But hold on. Zero sum. Fictional. The protagonist of Code Geass. He is the young noble of the rebellion who hides his identity behind a mask. You know what? Maybe that's something we gotta watch through in the Discord at some point. Code Geass. We gotta watch through that, I think, at some point. It's a great show. Code Geass, a smash hit TV anime series broadcast in 2006. The story revolves around a young man who obtains a magical eye that can control minds and uses it to start a revolution. There's rules with this shit too, much like Death Note. It's great.
どうかな？いいアイデアだってマユシー的には思うんだ。
却下だな。
No shock.
ごめんなさい。
See? Now you got her crying. Mayuri slumps her shoulders in disappointment. In the end, Lukako and I got fed up with the amount of people and left Ariake early. We took... After all of that... Okay. We took the direct shuttle bus to Akiba that only runs during Kamima, but it was so cramped inside I thought I was gonna die.
No.
By the time we get back to Akiba, Lukako and I are exhausted. My feet feel like blocks of lead, and I don't have the energy to even attempt conversation. The two of us slept back to the shrine without speaking a word, like Spanish monks under a vow of silence. Lukako doesn't raise a single complaint, but taking her to Kamima was obviously a mistake. Lukako's expression has been stiff ever since we met up with Mayuri. Maybe she's still traumatized by otaku. The first time I met Lukako, he was being harassed by otaku. Maybe they left a bad impression. We don't talk. We spent most of the day shoulder to shoulder with strangers. I could probably count on my fingers the words I said directly to Lukako that today. When we arrive at the shrine, our time as a couple will end. This is our last chance to talk as boyfriend and girlfriend. But I'm confused. What should I talk about? I try thinking about things we have in common. The demon sword Samidare? The Seishin Zanma school of swordsmanship? But Kurisu said to avoid Chunibyo topics, and the dating manual concurred. What else is there? What could there possibly be? This isn't in the manual. What do we do about this? Finally dawns on me. There's nothing else Lukako and I share. At all. Silence dominates the shrine. The silence should be calming, but it's not. I've safely escorted Lukako home. Mayuri's death is just 3 hours away. The temporary relationship between me and Lukako ends here. Now I just need Lukako to give me her mother's pager number. However, is it really okay to let it end like this? No! She looks like she's very upset, and like, several days of dates have been wasted. She skipped out on dating yesterday, and then today was a whole bunch of nothing. Give me a date with Lukako with nothing. And we just didn't do fuck all except go to a place, get overwhelmed, and then go home. So we should not let it end like this, okay? There's a whole lot of nothing that happened here. And it feels like we've like skipped out on the whole dating Lukako bit entirely in order to attempt to get the pager. I don't think it's on purpose though. Okabe just kind of sucks at dating, but that's fair because he's never done it before, it sounds like. In the end, what have I done for Lukako? I haven't done squat, have I? All I've done is hurt her. That manual was a sack of shit the whole time. That's damn true. This is all the manual's fault. You gotta throw it away. Just be yourself. Have fun with Lukako. Suddenly, Lukako starts sobbing. She covers her mouth with both hands. I can't stop the tears pouring from her eyes.
Lukako.
When I approach her, Lukako pulls back. Oh my god. Lukako wipes the corners of her eyes, but the tears keep flowing, forming a glistening line down each cheek. I'm speechless. I have no idea what to do. The girl is crying before my eyes. It's my duty as a man to comfort her. I know that, and yet no words come. I just stand there like a useless statue. The cause of Lukako's tears is undoubtedly me. I didn't treat her right as my girlfriend, even if it was only a temporary arrangement. And now it ends with me watching as Lukako cries. Lukako. I'm the one who did this to her. I'm the cause of her grief. And yet... She thanks me and bows her head. She lifts her head and smiles shyly through her tears. That's a lie. That has to be a lie. To my surprise, Lukako takes my hand in hers. Her hand is very warm and delicate. This is the first time I've touched her since we became a couple. And it will be my last. Lukako places a note in my hand, and then she pulls away. She bows her head again. Lukako turns her back to me, then disappears into the shrine office. I look at the note. There's a number written there. Probably your mother's pager number. She kept her promise. But I didn't keep mine. I can't let it end like this. I run full speed back to the lab. Ignoring Kurusu's calls to stop, I slap on the headgear and leap to the past. Yeah, let's go! He realized, oh yeah, I have a time machine. Oh fuck. I can like fix our dates. Oh yeah. We just go back a few hours? Okay, here we go. I regain consciousness in front of Akihabara Station. Lukako is next to me. We're about to board the train for Kamima. Lukako looks a little anxious, but she doesn't raise a single complaint. The shuttle bus pulls up. The huge line of people begins to move. We can't go to Kamima like this. Shaking off my shaking off my time leap-induced vertigo, I take Lukako by the hand. Come on, let's go. Once we get out of the line, I let go of Lukako's hand and start walking. No. We're not going to Kamima. Thank God. We're doing things my way. I don't know. I didn't play this far ahead. This way. I keep walking with Lukako's hand in mine, ignoring everything else. Lukako looks bewildered at first, but eventually she says no more, and just starts following me with a sad expression. We arrive at Yanabayashi Shrine, a place devoid of visitors, where an aura of peace and dignity dominates, where the cries of cicadas resound. Lukako's home. Finally, I turn to face Lukako. Instead of letting go, I grasp her warm hand even tighter than before. Perhaps it's the heat, or perhaps it's our nervousness, but our hands are damp with sweat. But still, I don't let go. Lukako is hanging her head. She might cry at any moment. Okabe's just like, alright, no, we're not going to Kamima, we're just going home, and this is the end of it early. No, that's not what he's doing. Her lips tremble, her voice trembles. I summon my resolve and answer her with a laugh. It's Chuni time. Our couple phase. I strike a pose and mimic a line from a popular card battling anime. Until I witnessed Mayuri's death, this is how I acted all the time. Now it takes some effort, but I still have it in me.
でも
さっき言っただろう。俺の好きにさ
This
せても
time
ら
we're
うと。
doing things my way.
さあ、我が弟子よ。今すぐ。
Go get the demon
持
sword.
ってくるのだ。
Where's Samidare? The wind blows. The tree growing over the main building rustles its leaves in response. Lukako looks at me blankly. Tears form in the corners of her eyes.
なんです
The sword! Go get the sword!
なんですだと
We have to continue training!
精神残魔流の修行だ。
修行
この2ヶ月近く
Have you
俺たち
forgotten?
2人でやってきた修行忘れたのか。
いえでも岡部さ
今日まだ
It's Kyoma.
我が名を忘れたのかルカコ。俺は狂気のマッドサイエンティスト 法王院京馬だ。
Swallowing my embarrassment, I strike another pose.
男だとか女だとかそういうところで俺は混乱してルカコとの距離をうまく
Oh my
つかめ
God.
ずにいた。だがな
I've realized the truth. Chuni was the answer all along.
そのことに
Chuni doesn't care about any gender. Just be Chuni. Go get the demon sword.
決まっていた何がですか
俺は男で
Checkmate
お前は
manual.
女で俺たちは今日までの仮初めの恋人。
I take a deep breath. I gently comb my fingers through Lukako's hair. Oh my god, what the fuck? I twist my lips into a grin. Oh my god.
そんなことはどうでもいい。
Matters not? Wait, what matters not? Our temporary relationship as a couple matters not. Okay.
俺は俺であり、ルカコはルカコであり、ルカコは俺の弟子だ。
I gently stroke her hair. Lukako puts her warm hand on top of mine. The tears collected in the corners of her eyes suddenly fall.
そうです岡じゃなくて京馬さんは確かに
There we go.
僕の師匠です。
よく言った。さあルカコ。
Go get the demon sword. Go get Samidare.
はい待っててくださいね。
Yeah, go get
す
it.
ぐ買ってきますから
Quick,
ここ
hurry
に
up.
いてくださいね。
どこにも行か
I'm
ない
not。going anywhere.
だから早く行くんだ。
Get going. Lukako reluctantly lets go of my hand, shyly turns away from me, and heads to the shrine office. We spend 4 hours training just like we used to. Practice swings with the demon sword. Stories of the sword's history. Lectures on the intricacies of the Seishin Zanma swordsmanship. All fabricated from my Chunibyo delusions. I talk, Lukako, dressed now in her Miko garbs, listens with rapt attention. Occasionally, we take a break, sit on the shrine stairway, and eat the sweet rice balls Lukako's mother brings us. And that's how we spend an extraordinarily ordinary 4 hours. Cute.
よし。今日はここまで。
Alright, that's it. Lukako lowers her stance and slowly sheathes the demon sword Samidare. She looks so beautiful and majestic standing there in flowing white robes, sword shining in her hands. I find myself mesmerized once again. Lukako bows, snapping me out of it. I gotta wait, apparently. There we
あ
go.
りがとうございました。ちょっとだけ強くなれた気がします。
Why, of course.
謙遜しなくていい。今日、お前は精神残魔流奥義の一つ。
Type 32, Cherry Bomb.
さくらんぼを得得した。
Holy shit. Impressive.
だが過信はするな。お前はまだまだ弱いんだからな。
はい、もっともっと京馬さんに教えてもらいたいです。
Of course. The breeze feels nice after the sweat we worked up. We savor our comfortable fatigue as we drink the barley tea Lukako's mother brought for us.
久しぶりに京馬さんのお話聞けた気がします。
Yeah, I've been busy with time travel stuff, but it's fine.
ここ何日か俺の意識はマニュアルという
Val
恐ろしき
Grimoire, known as the manual.
不安定な状態だったのだ
We get that manual out of here.
だがもう完全復活した
Fully recovered, don't worry. I went to the hospital for
よ
it.
かった。いつもの京馬さんが戻ってきてくれて。
Lukako answers happily. And then her expression turns serious, as if she's made up her mind about something.
昨日僕に聞きましたよね。男だった時の記憶が残っているかって。
Yeah? Do you?
のおう
Lukako looks away. I see her hands fidgeting in her lap. Finally, with trembling lips, she speaks.
僕覚えて
Yeah, I figured.
いるんです。
I figured. No surprise. I expected she'd remembered after what I experienced with Ferris.
覚えているというか、なんて言ったらいいのか、とても儚い感じ。
儚い
はっきり思い出したわけじゃなくて、記憶の海の底の方というか、頭の
Then Lukako starts pawing at the air above and to the right of her head. What?
この辺にあるような感じです。
What? I don't really get it.
とにかく覚えているんだな
Lukako nods.
すみません。昨日は嘘をついちゃいました。
Junie time.
この俺法院京馬を欺いたのだから大
You
したも
sure
のだ
fooled me there. Wasn't fooled.
そのおかげでお母さんのポケベルの番号も
Oh.
僕聞かなくても知っているんです。
He takes out a piece of paper upon which is written the number.
今日はどんな結果になってもこれを渡すつもりでした。
Yeah, we kind of figured that too.
それから
Oh?
もう一つ
And one more thing. One more thing.
記憶のことと関係しているかどうかわからないんですけど、古いパソコンのありかについて。
The computer? Oh, the IBM 5100? Now that I didn't expect.
IBN5100 のことか
はい。多分そうだと思います。
True, Lukako did seem like she knew something about the IBM 5100. Plus, Lukako's dad confirmed that it was here at the shrine. And then one day it suddenly disappeared. Does Lukako know where it is now?
それが事実なら
I stole it. I play Minecraft on it every day.
お前は男に戻らなくても済むかもしれない
If that's true, you might not have to turn back into a guy. You might be able to stay this if you want. But Lukako faintly shakes her head.
それは無理だと思います。
なんで
Lukako grips my hand.
ついてきてください。案内します。
Oh? What's happening here? She looks into my eyes. Lukako is no longer crying. In the fading sunlight, her eyes shine with firm resolve. She brings me to Daibiru. I look up at the huge towering building.
ここに IBN5100 が
そっちじゃなくてですね。
Lukako faces away from Daibiru and points to a coin locker tucked in a narrow alley.
去年のお正月前、
Okay, last year. Lukako walks up to the coin locker as she talks.
その時までうちの神社にあのパソコンはあったんです。
Okay. Until New Year's. That's a contradiction. It was only 2 weeks ago that I found the IBN 5100 at Yanabayashi Shrine, which means I really haven't returned to the original world line.
僕のせいなんです。僕が神事のお手伝いで倉庫をお掃除していた時に誤って壊しちゃったんです。
You broke it?
壊した？
Lukako nods.
でももしお父さんに知られたら怒られると思って。
Oh my god.
こっそりここまで持ってきて
What?
コインロッカーの中に隠したんです。
Wait, but we might be able to fix it.
よくここまで持ってこられたな。
It does weigh a fuck ton.
尋常
Wait,
じゃない
hold
重
on.
さだぞ。
家にあった台車を使いました。そのせいで
You broke the pushcart too?
台車まで壊れちゃった
Oh
ん
my
ですけど。
god. Even so, it must have been hard to get it here with just a pushcart. Maybe she was running on adrenaline.
京馬さんが探してるって聞いたとき、僕すごくびっくりして、本当のことずっと話そうって思ってたんですけど、嫌われるかもしれないって考えたら。
バカだな。そんなことでお前を嫌うわけがないだろう。
Lukako takes the locker key out of her pocket.
もう1年半以上放置したから管理会社に持っていかれちゃっ
Did
た
you
か
just
もしれま
abandon
せん
this?
け
You
ど
never went back to it? Were you trying to just get rid of it?
1年半放置か。だとしたら絶望的だな。
The locker charges 200 yen per day. Normally, if a coin locker goes unpaid for more than a few days, the management retrieves the contents. And if the owner doesn't claim it within a month, it's usually thrown away. Meaning the IBN 5100 is already... Lukako goes to a large locker at the end of the row, inserts the key, and tries the lock.
鍵
What?
かかってないみたいです。
What? It's not locked?
確定だな。
Sure enough, Lukako opens the door to reveal an empty locker. Oh.
すみません。
Yeah. Either way, it doesn't matter. There's no point in retrieving a broken IBN 5100. I mean, there is. You could fix it. Daru could fix it. Kurisu might be able to fix it. But I don't tell her that.
お前が責任を感じなくてもいい。俺が安易に世界を歪ませたのが一番の元凶なんだからな。
Okay, but this is fine though. Now we could just, like, text Lukako to not break the fucking IBN, right?
京馬さん。
This is why I must bear the burden. Mayuri's pain, Suzuwa's pain, Ferris's pain, and now Lukako's pain. Something occurs to me. What if I send a D-mail telling Lukako not to sweep the storehouse? How would that change the world line? Would the IBN 5100 stay at Yanabayashi Shrine, ready for me to retrieve in August as planned? Parts of me wants to try sending that D-mail. If it works, Lukako could stay a girl. No, I mustn't give in to temptation. My goal is to restore the world line, not warp it further. Fix the past to save Mayuri. That is my mission.
僕の記憶なんだか奇妙なんです。
He only assumes that this will fix everything. He has no, like, solid basis for it, other than it's been working so far, so I guess. There's something strange about my memories.
奇妙とは？
僕の記憶の中にはあのパソコンのことについての2つの記憶が混ざっていて、一つはパソコンを壊した僕の記憶、もう一つは
Okay, so that's where the
そんなパソコン
contradiction
は全
happened.
然知らないし、倉庫のお掃除もしなかった僕の記憶。男だった僕はパソコンを壊してません。倉庫の掃除の代わりに本殿のお掃除をしていたから。
The male version didn't break the computer because he swept the main shrine instead of the storehouse. But Lukako swept the storehouse because she became a girl. Because she swept the storehouse, she broke the IBM 5100 and deposited it into this coin locker. As a result, the IBM 5100 will never reach me. Is this the butterfly effect?
やっぱり僕が男に戻るしか方法はないみたいです。
She looks pretty happy about that. There's no longer any doubt in her eyes. There's no choice. She knows it as well as I. Maybe happy's not the best word. More like, okay with it. We return empty-handed to Yanabayashi Shrine, which is dyed scarlet by the setting sun. Lukako lets go of my hand after we arrive. We spent the whole walk, the whole walk hand in hand. Then she turns to me.
今度こそお別れですね。
ああ。
京馬さんと修行ができて本当に良かったです。
良かったです。One second here. Yeah, okay, alright. I see. Okay. Alright, we're almost there. Wait. Yes, okay. What'd she say? I'm really happy that I could train with you again. She smiles shyly again. But her cheeks are dyed pink. I can tell she's desperately holding back her tears. But those tears hold a different meaning than the ones I saw before I time leaped. At least I'd like to think so.
俺はお前に恋人らしいことは何もしてやれなかったな。
そんなことはどうでもいいですよ。
そうだった。
I'm sincerely relieved because Lukako smiled for me.
まゆりちゃんのこと助けてあげてください。まゆりちゃんは僕にとっても大事な
ルカ子。
もう行ってください。でないと僕泣いちゃいそうで。
I assume there will be a choice of whether or not to send the D-mail to undo things, but I don't remember at all the last time I read what Lukako's is. I also don't remember what Ferris's was, even though, like, we read it last time we streamed, so now I know it, but I don't remember the first time I read Steins Gate, so maybe I just didn't do these after the Suzuo one. I don't know.
だからお願いします。今日までありがとうございました。こういう時は例の合言葉ですよね。エルサイコンガリ
コンガルー。
コングルーだ。
I find myself smiling. Lukako forces a smile too.
エルサイコングルーです。
She bows deeply. She doesn't raise her head. A sign for me to go already. I turn back to the archway at the shrine's entrance. My feet are heavy. They won't advance. I stop in front of the stairs. Then I take out my phone.
もしもし岡部、まゆりから電話あったわよ。プンプンしてた。
Oh yeah, we
あ
did
んた
do
が
that.
ファミマに来る約束をすっぽ
We
か
did do
して
that, but it's fine.
クリスティーナ。今から言う番号を電話レンジカッコ仮に入
Quick,
力して
enter the phone number.
何よ。どういうことか説
Why
明
don't we
して
just go back to the lab?
いいから。頼む。これから
I hear a sigh on the other end of the phone.
番号は
I tell her Lukako's mother's page number with another string of numbers attached. I'm not reading all that. Meat, veg, meat, veg, veg. When she sees this, Lukako's mother will probably think it's a prank. And then she'll assume the D-mail we sent earlier was also a prank. If that still doesn't change the world line, we could just try something else. Pages in 1992 didn't display the sender's number. Lukako's mother won't know who sent it. I already told Kurisu the timer setting. Everything's ready. I hang up once I confirm that the 42-inch CRT is on. Now I just need to call the phone wave and need something to change. Then the world line will change. Lukako will turn back into a guy. Her memories will disappear. Mayuri won't die today. However, I hesitate to open my address book. My thoughts turn to Lukako, who's probably still watching me from behind. If I turn around, what will I see on her face? I want to check, but I don't think she'd want that. Lukako finally smiled for me today, but I still have lingering reservations inside. And this time I'm about to sacrifice Lukako's memories. The memories of the 17 years she lived as a girl on this world line. The memories of her parents who rejoiced when their daughter was born. I'm about to erase all of that. But if I don't, I'll be rejecting the 17 years Lukako lived as a guy. I'll be rejecting the memories of his parents who rejoiced when their son was born. Even so, is it okay to turn Lukako back into a guy? I'm lost and cannot take another step. I've sacrificed the memories of 2 friends already. The sight of their tears is burned into my mind. Something soft presses against my back. Lukako has embraced me from behind. Oh. Oh no, fuck. I hear faint sobbing. What expression is she making now? Even without looking, I can tell.
本当は戻りたくないです。
Her words are like needles stabbing into my heart.
だって男に戻ったら岡部さんへのこの気持ち封印しなくちゃいけないから。
Man.
男なのに岡部さんのこと好きでいちゃいけないと思うから。
I have nothing against homosexuals, but unfortunately, I am heterosexual. I won't be able to answer Lukako's feelings if he's a guy.
それに今日の記憶も消えちゃうんですよね。手をつないで一緒に歩いたことも。
Unfortunately, that does seem to be the case. It looks like it with Ferris. I don't know.
二人で修行したことも。
We could still train. We could do that.
どうして今岡部さんの体に触れていることも忘れたくない。僕忘れたくないです。 だから岡部さんのこと好きだから。
Oh, fuck.
まゆりちゃんを助けたい気持ちは僕にもあるからしょうがないって理性ではやっぱり辛いです。
Man. This chapter, I remembered it feeling fucked, and now it is still fucked. It's all over.
せめて今日の記憶だけは残しておきたかったです。こんなに辛い気持ちを味わうって知ってたなら女の子になりたいなんて願うんじゃなかった。
Come on, come on.
Lukako.
There you go.
すみません。そんなことはどうでもいいの気持ちですよね。
お前が男に戻っても俺にとってルカ子はルカ子だ。それは変わらない。
はい、そう言ってもらえて嬉しいです。岡部さん、メール
Am I gonna get an option here, or do I not get a choice here?
お願いします。早くこれ以上岡部さんのぬくもりを感じていたら
Fuck.
僕もっと嫌なこと言っちゃいそうだから。もう気持ちを我慢できなくなっちゃうから。
だが
Is this really okay?
お願い。
I'm about to sacrifice someone again. Am I placed to make that decision? My fingers tremble around my phone. But Lukako embraces those trembling fingers with her own.
僕のこと
Oh my god.
覚えていて。
Don't start the choice with this line. That's fucked. That's fucked. Bro. Starting the, you can now change this if you want, at that line. Oh my god.
はあ
With just one call to the phone wave name subject to change, I can send a message to Lukako's mother's pager.
女の子だった僕のこと。
はあ
If I make the call.
4日間だけ。
はあダメだできない
No! I can't do this!
岡部さん、
I can't do it. No.
どうして。
もう嫌なんだ。誰かの思い出を犠牲にするのは
We can't do that anymore. No, we're not doing that. Okay, 1 second. I've already trampled on Suzuha and Ferris's memories. Turn a blind eye to their suffering, all the while telling myself it was to save Mayuri. I justified it by telling myself I would carry their burdens, but that was just a convenient excuse.
俺にはそんな権利
I fall to my knees, unable to stand. The only way to save Mayuri is to send this D-mail. There's no alternative. Even so, I don't have the right to erase Lukako's entire life as a girl. I can't do such an arrogant thing. More than anything, I don't want to lose the Lukako beside me right now.
岡部さん。
Mayuri can't be saved. Mayuri's death is fate. No matter how many world lines I cross, convergence will occur. Mayuri will die no matter what. I'm tired of it all. Mayuri, I'm sorry. My ego wasn't strong enough to sacrifice everything for your sake. The first day of Kamima has ended. A few otaku warriors linger to check their spoils before beginning the Odyssey home. Otherwise, Ariake is silent and still, as if the crowd Lukako and I saw this afternoon was a lie. Kamima runs for 3 days straight, but it already feels like the end of a festival. Of course, this silence is just for tonight. Tomorrow, people will fill this spacious promenade once again. My hand clutches at my chest. Mayuri will die in less than an hour. I'm not ready. Even so, I want to be with her in her final moments. I won't let her leave this world alone. That's why I came here right after leaving the shrine. She should still be in Ariake somewhere. I contacted both Mayuri and Daru by mail. If they're still in Ariake, they should be here any minute now. My phone rings. Speak of the devil. Hold on. Save. What if I don't answer? However, the name on the display isn't one I was expecting. Okay, I guess I don't have a choice. Lukako. Please tell me, is this really okay? She doesn't have to say it. I know exactly what she means. There's only one thing I can say. This was my choice. You don't have to worry about a thing. I know the mail won't be enough to stop Lukako from blaming herself, but I have to send it all the same, if only to strengthen my own resolve. Memories from this morning rise unbidden. Mayuri stopped by the lab on the way to Kamima. I was dozing on the couch. Suddenly, the darkness was burned away by light. Squinting against the fluorescent radiance, I raised my head to see who had entered. Mayuri was there, tugging a suitcase. I'd been up all night trying to solve the problem of my last date with Lukako. And breakfast. She took a sandwich and some potato salad from her convenience store bag. I think I know why. The day before, Lukako burst into tears barely 5 minutes after we met up, then we parted ways. That's why I couldn't give Mayuri an answer. It was Mayuri's last day alive, and also Lukako's last day together with me. I asked myself, could I really let it end with both of them sad? Let it end? What right did I have to decide when it ends? My arrogance made me want to vomit. And then, as if to rely on Mayuri, I began to tell her my new plan. Come on, there we go. Mayuri smiled happily, took some milk out of the refrigerator to wash down the sandwich, and began to enjoy her breakfast. So basically, she gave up. I wonder. I sure won't. No, that's not happening. Also no. It won't. Mayuri packed her costumes into the suitcase.
明日も来たいって思うように頑張って案内するから。
I could hear my teeth grinding. I knew that whether Myri would get to see tomorrow depended entirely on my actions. If this day had gone as planned, my status as Lukako's temporary boyfriend would have come to a close. Lukako would have gone back to being a guy. Myri would survive the night. She would go to Kamima tomorrow without a care in the world.
オカリどうかした？
Myri looked at me quizzically. She's always been sensitive to changes in my demeanor. So I put on a smile and responded as Hoi in Kyoma.
問題ない。世界を支配する機関といかに対決するかについて少し思いを馳せていただけだ。昼間、有明で会おう。
待ってるね。
Myri didn't leave right away. She just stood there in front of the door looking at me.
マユシーだったらいつでも何でも相談に乗るからね。
マユリ。
じゃあ行ってきます。
Myri cheerfully flew out the door, suitcase in hand, like the white rabbit in Wonderland. The sound of her footsteps gradually faded away. Now alone, I took a deep breath. The time limit was 13 hours after the point in time. In those 13 hours, I was to return Lukako to manhood. I thought I had to change her back, but now...
オカリ
A voice calls me back to the present. There's Myri dragging her suitcase. Daru isn't with her. I don't remember any of this first time I read, but if our Lukako route bad ending here or whatever, the choice to not undo it is not about Lukako and about Myri, like, it makes sense story-wise, but also we're moving away from the Lukako side of this, and I don't know if I like that. There's Myri dragging her suitcase. Daru isn't with her. She's probably upset. After all, I completely stood her up on the promise we made this morning.
来てくれたんだ。でもちょっと遅いよ。
Okay, well, I'm here though, okay? And that's all that matters, right? Like, I showed up eventually.
マユシーはずっと待ってたのに。
Okay, I don't know why I didn't just, like, call you at some point and tell you that I wasn't going, though.
すご
Or
く
text you.
寂しかったのです。
Why didn't we do that, though?
すまない。
I can't look Myri in the eye. As Myri was waiting in vain, I was making the worst possible decision for her. I chose to not turn Lukako back. I chose to not save Myri. No, let's not beat around the bush. I chose to let her die. It's not that I don't want to save her, I do. But I can't bring myself to make the necessary sacrifice.
ルカちゃんは
来ていない。
また泣かせちゃったの？
Yeah, but in a happy way.
いや。
My thoughts are a jumble. Her every word seems an accusation, of course. I know that's not her intent. Even if she knew what I had done, this innocent childhood friend of mine doesn't have a bitter bone in her body. It's my guilty conscience, changing Myri's words into swords stabbing straight through the heart. But even so, I can no longer change the past. I don't want to change it. But I have no other choice. No other choice but to accept the death this world desires. If I were a normal man, I would have had to accept Myri's death whether I liked it or not. I wouldn't have been able to try to avert it. But by chance, I acquired the power of a god. It allowed me to try again and again. If anything, I should be grateful for the opportunity I was given.
オカリ
I can't let Myri sense my unease. She can always tell when there's something bothering me. 10 minutes left. I want her to spend them happy and carefree. That's the very least I can do for her. So I put on the mask of Hoi and Kyoma, just like I did for Lukako.
案ずるなマユリ。俺とルカ子は至って順調。あの秋葉原の先森たる巫女とは強い縁で結ばれている
That
のだ。
Miko and I are tied by a strong bond.
俺とルカ子は離れたくも離れられない運命なのだよ。そして今日この俺の IQ170
IQ of 170? Wait, is that true? Wait, hold on.
ルカ子に笑顔を蘇らせた。
Oin Kyoma. Holy shit! How'd he do that? How the fuck did he do that? He even gained an IQ after saying it. What the fuck? What the fuck?
あいつは言った。俺と一緒に修行ができて楽しかったとな。
As soon as those words leave my lips, I realize my mistake. That makes it sound like I broke my promise to Mayuri just so I could give Lukako a fun time, doesn't it? Well, I suppose that is what happened. But Mayuri didn't need to know that.
本当？よかった。
But Mayuri, innocent as she is, just gives me a happy, relieved smile.
じゃあ、オカリンとルカちゃんは別れたりすることもないんだね。
ああ、別れない。
Yeah, we won't. Actually, our temporary relationship has already ended. That was our agreement. But I don't think I need to tell Mayuri that.
そっか。これでマユシーは安心してコミマに集中できるよ。
Yeah.
マユリは明日も参加するのか？
そうだよ。3日連続なの。
I shouldn't have asked. I fight the urge to check my phone. Last time I checked, it was about 7 p.m. I don't have the guts to check again. I don't want to watch the seconds tick down to Mayuri's death.
バル君遅いね。さっき電話したらまだ近くにいるって言ってたよ。
別に置いていってもいいんだがな。
もうちょっと待ってみようよ。
If that's what Mayuri wants, then I won't deny her. Besides, I don't want Mayuri's last moments to be on a crowded train or bus, but rather somewhere where she can see the stars. Not that I have any right to choose her place of death.
ねえねえ、なんとかしてルカちゃんにコスプレしてもらえないかな。
Yeah, sure, maybe.
どうやって説得すればいいんだろうね。
Mayuri's mood is completely healed. Why is she so happy? Did she hear something pleasing somewhere in this conversation? Was it knowing that things are going well between me and Lukako? Or was it that I kept my promise to come here after all? I don't know. I don't know, but seeing Mayuri's happy smile makes my heart ache.
ルカちゃんがキラリちゃんのコスプレしたらね、
キラリちゃん。
絶対似合うと思うんだ。ルカちゃんってね、マユシーがドキドキしちゃうくらい可愛いもん。世界中の人たちにね、ルカちゃんの可愛さを知ってもらいたいってオカリンも思うよね。あ、それともルカちゃんは自分だけのものって思ってるのかな。でもね、独り占めはダメだよ。マユシーだってルカちゃんにキュンキュンしたいよ。
別にマユリの好きにしたらいい。ルカ子。
そっか、よかった。
Haha, yay! Hold on, let me screen cap that one. Haha, yay!
それにね、ルカちゃんにコスプレしてもらいたい理由は
Welcome next time.
あるんだよ。
Haha, yay! Mayuri's awfully obsessed with Lukako today. Come to think of it, Mayuri has done nothing but talk about Lukako for these past 4 days, ever since Lukako and I started dating.
ルカちゃんって普段おとなしいでしょ。あんまり自分の意見も言おうとしないし、コスプレするとね、普段の自分とは別の自分になれるんだよ。だからね、最初は恥ずかしいかもしれないけど、ルカちゃんも一度やればきっと新しいルカちゃんを見つけられると思うんだ。そしたらね、今より積極的な性格になってね、もしかするとオカリンをお尻に敷いちゃうかもしれない
Now,
よ。
calm down now, Mayushi, calm down. She really does care for Lukako. And yet I know that all her hopes and dreams are in vain. Suddenly Mayuri falls silent. She looks up and raises one hand high above her head as if to catch the stars twinkling in the night sky. Stardust handshake.
星は見えるか?
You can see the stars more clearly in Ariake than in Akiba. If only the stars would answer her call. If only she could melt into their embrace. What salvation that would be. In the past, when she has reached for the sky, I've always pulled her back down to earth as if to keep her from floating away. But today I don't dare. What does Mayuri think about when she reaches for the starry sky? I've never asked her. Perhaps now is the time.
前より
Oi! Okarin!
Oh, there's Daru. Daru runs up to us, calling our names.
ああ、ダルくん、遅いよ。
あ、悪い悪い。いやー、
Oh my god, he's so tired.
手間取ったでござる。
Daru's backpack is filled to the brim. He's also carrying 5 paper bags illustrated with moe drawings. Such zeal.
じゃあ、帰ろっか。
He's based. What a legend. Mayuri gets up to lead the way and we start heading toward the train station. The direct shuttle bus to Akiba has already ended its service.
今日も暑くて死ぬかと思ったっつーの。コスプレ会場はどうだったん？
風が気持ちよかったよ。
まあ、まゆしは自分でコスプレするわけじゃないしな。つうか、オカリンいつ来たん？なんか買った？
Yeah, I'm here too. Hi, Daru.
いや
おやおや、なんか暗くね？彼女持ちのリア充のくせに。
You got no right to
なぜ
be
そんな顔
depressed,
してや
okay?
がりますか？
Freaking normie.
オカリン、どうかし。
Mayuri's voice is abruptly cut short. Her suitcase falls to the ground with a thud. Huh? It's time. Mayuri presses her hands to the center of her chest. Her face contorts in pain. I see it happen in slow motion, frame by frame. Slowly, slowly, she starts to fall. It's so sudden, and so I fail to catch her in time. Okay, that is sudden. Mayuri falls to the ground motionless.
まゆし、
I can't move. I can't breathe. Strangely, I feel no sorrow. All I feel is guilt. I knew this would happen. I could have prevented it. The one who killed Mayuri is me.
まゆし、どうしたんだよ。
So this is one of the world lines where she isn't killed by somebody. She just has a fucking heart attack and dies, I guess. Daru tosses his bags away and runs to Mayuri's side. He lifts her up and slaps her cheeks a bit. I keep watching as if I were merely a bystander.
息してない。え、何これ。なんだよこれ。オカリン、まゆしがなんか変だよ。
死んだんだ。
This kind of shit, though, is what I kind of, like, think about a lot with this. I think shit like this is kind of bullshit, but it is more establishing that the Steins Gate time travel rules is, like, this is a fated event and it has to happen, so we're just gonna, I don't give her a fucking heart attack here, I guess. Who cares? But, like, we've stopped the whole main reason she dies is, like, CERN coming to kill her. We've stopped that with this, and that's, like... I don't know, that's fucked. What could be the cause? A heart attack? She wasn't killed this time, that's a relief. Unless she was poisoned. Maybe she was poisoned earlier in the day. At least Mayuri died in one piece.
死んだって。そんな嘘だろ。おい、まゆし、起きろよ。ドッキリか？ドッキリだろ。僕を騙してどうしようってんだよ。
Why is Daru not being like, quick, we gotta call the fucking ambulance or something. We gotta fucking call the ambulance. It's Death Note rules. If they can't kill her, then heart attack it is.
ダル、
We're not there yet. We're not at Death Note yet. In a few weeks, we'll be on Death Note. Daru. I put my hand on Daru's shoulder to calm him down.
マユリは死んだ。
Daru turns pale. His lips tremble as he looks at Mayuri's face in
救
disbelief.
急車を呼ぼう。
なんでこんな。つうか、お前なんでそんな平然とした顔してんだよ。
I've dealt with this before. I played these games before,
死
okay?
んだんだぞ。もう帰ってこないんだぞ。
分かってる。
Yeah, sorry, my acting is not very good right now, okay?
分かってるじゃなくてさ、マユシが息をしてないんだよ。
俺は見殺しにした。
Bro, what are you talking about? She had a fucking heart attack or something.
は
What the hell are you talking about? I kneel beside
俺
Mayuri.
はマユリを助けられなかった。
I reach out to Mayuri's motionless
い
body.
や違う。救わなかった。
I embrace her tightly.
見捨てたんだ。俺はマユリを。
I look up to the starry sky just as Mayuri always did. The tears don't come. Maybe I've gotten used to it. Or maybe it's because I'm not worthy to mourn her. What fills my heart is emptiness. I'm leaning against the wall, hugging both knees. I don't remember how long I've been here. How much time has passed since Mayuri's death? I didn't go to the vigil or to the funeral. How could I when I'm the one who killed her? I don't want to see anything or anyone. Even breathing is hard now. And yet I have no choice but to face this emptiness, this heart-rending guilt, and accept what I've done. That is my duty now. Someone pulls the curtain open. Light shines in from the lounge. Oh, never mind. That's just the... I thought there was like a shit ton of trash all over the place. But that's just some visuals in the text box here. I thought there was like a ton of trash bags everywhere. That's not what's happening. A girl is standing there, silhouetted against the light. As soon as I realize who it is, I turn away and prepare to block out the noise.
岡部、もう3日もそうやってるけど、
Nope,
せめて
not
何
doing
か
that.
食べたら。
Nope.
あんた、知ってたんでしょ？
Sure fucking did.
マユリが、あの日、死ぬこと。
Yeah, keep repeating it, motherfucker.
どうしてタイムリープしないの？
What's the
あんた
point?
がマユリを助けるためにタイムリープマシンを使うこともためら
Yeah,
わな
I
い。
did that. How do you think I knew
私は
about
そう予
it?
測してた。そもそも、漆原さんの性別を男にして IBN5100 を取り戻すっていう計画はどうなったの？
It's all pointless.
あんたはマユリを助けるためにその計画を実行に移してた。いや、それとももしかしてあんたはすでに IBN5100 を取り戻して別の世界線へと移動した
Kurisu,
後、
listen, it's all fucked. This is just, we gotta accept
こ
this.
こに残されているのは岡部倫太郎の残滓、あまり、そして世界はパラレルワールドとしてここではマユリが
She really just said, oh, maybe it worked, and this is just the continuation of this, so everything's fucked here, but everything's fine there. Maybe. I don't know.
IBN5100 は
Nope, didn't send it. My voice is hoarse, perhaps because I haven't spoken in 3
どう
days.
いうこと？
ルカ子を男に戻すことは俺にはできなかった。だから運命を受け入れた。
No, that makes it sound like I wasn't responsible.
マユリを見殺しにした。
I hear Kurisu gasp. Why did I confess? It's nothing I should confess so easily. It's like admitting to murder. It should have been a secret between Lukako and me, and yet, do I want to be blamed? Would that have made me feel better? It hurts to live with this bottled up guilt. At this point, I'd welcome condemnation. Kurisu isn't one to mince words. I'm sure she'll tell me exactly what a worthless human being I am. However,
ご飯食べる？
Will you eat? Kurisu betrays my expectations.
カップ麺でよければ作るけど。それとも何か買ってくる？
責めろよ。マユリを殺した俺に怒れよ。
She's gonna be like, you didn't kill her, fate did?
怒りたい気持ちはあるけどやめとく。
Oh, there is that
私
too.
がとやかく言う必要はないみたいだから。過去に戻って因果率をねじ曲げようとすることこそ
That is also a good
こがま
point.
しい行為なのかもしれないし。というより怒れるわけないよ。あんたは因果の輪から外れて存在として孤立してまでずっと一人で頑張ってきた。だからあんたの苦しみは誰にもわからないし、あんたの選択の意味は誰からも理解されない。そんなあんたを一度もタイムリープしてない私が責められるわけない。
なんでそんなに物分かりがいいんだ。
I clutched my knees.
物分かりがいいわけじゃない。あんたがタイムリープでマユリを助けようと決めたその時に誰からも分かってもらえないと覚悟したはず。だったらそれを甘んじて受けなさい。そうすればあんたは自分がしたことの意味について忘れることはないから。
So in other words, she's telling me to suffer on my own. What a cruel woman.
ただあんたはあんたが取った選択によって助けたもう一人の子に
That's
ついて
damn true.
マユリは死んだわ。残念だけど、残念っていう言葉だけじゃ足りないぐらい悲しいけど。
And this is a sacrifice you made for Lukako to live the life that she wants.
世界の収束、世界の意志には逆らえなかった。でもあの子は今も生きてる。あんたのおかげで女の子として生きてる。
Kurisu went to Okabe, slapped him in the face, and said, Motherfucker, what are you doing spending all this time about this? This is Lukako's ending. Go say hi to Lukako.
そしてあんたと同じように孤立して
Her best friend fucking
苦しんで
died.
ると思う。あの子の苦しみを理解してあげられるのは共犯者である岡部だけでしょ。
共犯者。
She also knows that this is what happened, so... I knew you would pull no punches, Makise Kurisu. Lukako's image floats through my mind. She used to be a guy, but now she's a girl, and she'll live as a girl from now on. I am the one who chose that future for Lukako. When I imagine her frail smile, I feel like spring has come to thaw the frozen soil of my heart. I can't bear to lose Lukako too. In that case, I know what I must do.
ありがとう。クリス、お前と話せてよかった。
As I enter the courtyard, I can almost feel the heat slowly drain away. Beside the main building stands a large tree, its branches coated with vibrant leaves sway in the gentle breeze. The shrine is cooler than the streets of Akihabara proper. Maybe it's because Kanda River is so close. As usual, the shrine is empty. I find myself standing before the offering box, gazing into the inner sanctum. I wonder if Lukako's home. Her family should be here too. How should I call for her? Just then the wind suddenly lets up and the sound of rustling trees stops for a bit. In the silence I hear someone sobbing. Sounds like it's coming from behind the main building. I slowly head toward the sound. Aww. Man. Lukako is there, sitting on the grass, hugging her knees as she cries. Samidare is in her hands. Lukako looks at me with wet eyes, but immediately afterward she buries her face in her knees. Then her shoulders start shaking once more.
まゆりちゃんの告別式に行ってきました。みんな泣いてました。まゆりちゃんって本当にたくさんの人から愛されてたんだなって。 もちろん僕もまゆりちゃんのこと大好きでした。僕かなり人見知りする性格だけど、まゆりちゃんは変わらずに明るく接してくれて、僕にとって一番大好きな友達だったんです。
Fuck. Lukako's route is so fucked. I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna fucking lose it. I lost the words I was about to say. All I could do was sit silently next to Lukako.
なのにねえ岡部さん、僕たちどうしてまゆりちゃんは死んじゃったのに、僕はこうして今も。
Now that she remembers being a guy, Lukako is beginning to have gender identity issues. I have no idea how that feels. Just as Kurisu said, Lukako is disconnected from causality too.
僕がこうして何も変わらずここにいるのってとても。
そんなことはない。
I tried to cheer her up with those meaningless words, but Lukako shakes her head in denial.
岡部さん、なんとかまゆりちゃんを助ける方法。
無理だ。
そんな。
Still crying, Lukako stands up and pleads with me.
考えましょうよ。僕、まゆりちゃんが助かるためなら何だってします。まゆりちゃんから前に聞いたことがあります。岡部さんは
That's what got us into this mess in the first place. She talking about the time leap
手
machine?
を使えば。
無
I
理なんだ。
tried. I've tried that.
時間を遡れば何か方法が。
方法は
There's no way. Make that firm declaration with hung head and clenched fists.
残酷なことかもしれないが、俺たちはまゆりの死を受け入れて。
諦めちゃダメですよ。どうして諦められるんですか。
Bro, of course I am. What the fuck?
とにかく
I've tried. I've played these games before.
嫌です。僕はまゆりちゃんに死んでほしくない。
ルカコ、
I grab her shoulders and look straight into her eyes.
俺がそう簡単に諦めたと思うか。
岡部さ
あいつは俺にとっても大事な幼馴染だったんだ。諦められるわけがないだろう。考えたさ。死ぬほど考えて、もがいてもがいて、
It was a
どんな手
lot.
を使ってでも助けようとしたさ。
There was a lot of attempts.
だが無理だった。世界はあいつの死を望んだ。俺がどれだけそれを回避しようとしても、そんな俺を嘲笑うかのように世界はまゆりを奪っていった。まゆりを助けるために他の人間の思いだって犠牲にした。だがそれも限界だ。もう無理なんだ。
No, there is something I can do. There are still things I could do to save Mayuri, but I chose none of them. Theoretically, it's not impossible, but it is impossible for me.
ごめんなさい。僕、岡部さんの気持ちちっとも考えてませんでした。だけど無理なはずないですよ。もう一つだけ方法が残ってるじゃないですか。僕が男に戻れば。
それはダメだ。
There's no meaning to our choice if we do that. I chose Lukako over Mayuri. Ultimately, that's all there is to it.
お願いします、岡部さん。僕、まゆりちゃんを犠牲にしてまで女でいたくないです。まゆりちゃんを助けてあげて。
俺はお前を男には戻さない。
どうしてですか。
俺がそれを選んだんだ。 もうこれ以上俺のエゴのために
Damn.
誰かを
Fuck.
傷つけることはできない。
Fuck. Man. Fuck. Hold on. God damn. Fuck. Okay. It's fine. Everything's fine. Oh. Okay.
それに元の世界線に戻ったところでマユリの死を回避できるかどうかは絶対じゃないんだ。俺はその低い確率のために誰かの思いを。だから
It's over.
もういいんだ。
岡部さん、でもこんなの許されないです。僕という存在に耐えられないんです。僕が女の子であるということがまゆりちゃんの死の上に成り立ってるなんてこと、これから一生受け止めて生きていくなんてこと、そのことが重すぎて押しつぶされちゃいそうなんです。ねえ、どうしてあの時18年前のお母さんのポケベルにメールを送ってくれなかったんですか？どうしてまゆりちゃんじゃなくて僕なんかを選んでくれたんですか？
Because the universe decided Mayuri has to die. I can't, like, you know, there's only so much I can do,
お
man.
前は何も負い目を感じるこ
It
とは
was
な
my
い。
choice, wasn't your choice.
マユリを殺したのは俺なんだ。
I am the one with the power of a god. I am the one who chose Mayuri's fate. Therefore, I am the one who must bear the
それ
responsibility.
にお前にも幸せになってほしいって思っている。
幸せになんてなれるはずないじゃないですか。まゆりちゃんが死んだのは
お前のせいじゃない。何度も言わせないでくれ。今は悲しいかもしれないが、お前にはマユリの分まで前を見て生きていってほしいんだ。
そんなの嫌です。
Lukako clings to my chest. She stares into my eyes without wiping away her tears.
僕はそれなら岡部さんと一緒に背負いたいです。
一緒に背負う？何をバカな。俺は因果の輪から外れた人間だし、
I'm a man
マユリを見
disconnected
殺し
from
にする選択を
causality.
した人間で、
それなら僕だって因果の輪からは外れます。僕の記憶の中に
That is
ど
true.
こだった時の思い出
You
が
are
蘇
also
ってきてい
disconnected
る
right
時
now.
点でもう外れかけているんですよ。まゆりちゃんの命と引き換えに僕が女として生きているんだっていうことも僕たち
That's also true.
共犯者なんです
We're
よ。
in this together now. Kurisu said the same thing. We're accomplices, Lukako and I.
この悲しみも二人で忘れずに。
We are disconnected from causality. Nobody else can understand us. That's why I embrace Lukako strongly.
一緒に背負ってくれ。一緒にこの思いを忘れずに。
ずっとそばにいてもいいですか？僕岡部さんのこと好きだから。まゆりちゃんへの裏切りかもしれないけど、ずっと一緒にいたいんです。
もちろんだ。
We both bear the same burden. Will accept Mayuri's death, yet will accept Mayuri's death, yet still live on, shoulder to shoulder. Afterward, we pass the time, sitting in silence until the sky turns the color of dusk. Lukako rests her head on my shoulders. I embrace her and feel her breathing next to me. We gaze silently at the sky. And in our hearts, we pray for Mayuri's happiness in the afterlife. I'm sorry, Mayuri. I'm sorry.
ねえ岡部さん
Lukako raises her head and breaks the silence. I can see firm resolve in her
僕
expression.
まゆりちゃんにどうしても一つだけやり残したことがあるんです
What's that?
そのせいでまゆりちゃんに悲しい思いをさせちゃいました
やり残したこと。
コスプレです
Oh, the cosplay. Oh, that. These last few weeks, Mayuri was constantly asking Lukako to wear the costume she made for her. But Lukako was too embarrassed to try. Go cosplaying? Yes, you are correct, Shadow. I remember Mayuri on the day she died.
ルカちゃんがキラリちゃんのコスプレしたらね絶対似合うと思うんだ
So the patch we applied to the game to fix a couple things also has a cosplay patch button, which I haven't been pressing when we booted up. Perhaps if we had that selected, you know, none of this would have happened.
ルカちゃんってねマユシーがドキドキしちゃうぐらい可愛いもん
Hey, that reminds me, by the way, Chaos Head also has a cosplay patch that we just forgot to check out once we finished the game. So at some point in the future, you guys gotta remind me to pull that up on stream. We gotta boot up Chaos Head again to show off the cosplay patch, okay? To check those out.
ルカちゃんって普段おとなしいでしょあんまり自分の意見も言おうとしないしコスプレするとね普段の自分とは別の自分になれるんだよだからね最初は恥ずかしいかもしれないけどルカちゃんも一度やればきっと新しいルカちゃんを見つけられると思うんだ
The cosplay patch prevents Mayuri from dying. Imagine. Maybe the Chaos Head cosplay patch we can check out whenever in the future we play Chaos Child or Chaos Head Love Choo Choo. Maybe that's when we'll check out the patch for that. I don't know.
そしたらね今より積極的な性格になってねもしかすると
Even on that day, Mayuri only talked about Lukako. Even though I stood her up on my promise to bring Lukako to Kamima and made her lonely, Mayuri wanted Lukako to cosplay from the bottom of her heart.
時間を遡る装置を使って
戻るって
When you want to go back? Lukako nods firmly.
本気なのか
Nobody's used the time leap machine except me. It's never failed so far, but if something does happen, it might not be reversible. CERN's test subject turned into Jellyman. Something like that could happen to her, or she could lose her memory like Suzuwa did.
危険すぎるあれば俺以外には使わせられない
Simply go back and tell me about it. Duh. Easy. Okay, I see your pinned message. Thank you for that. Okay, this.
お願いしますせめて最後にまゆりちゃんに笑顔でいてもらいたいんです僕まゆりちゃんに何もしてあげられなかったから
だがお前はああいう場所に来るオタクのことが苦手だったはずだ
I thought you couldn't handle all the otaku.
確かにちょっと
They're
怖いで
cringe.
すでもそんなこと
It's very scary,
言ってられないですそれにその装置を使えば因果の
That's
輪から
true.
完全に外れてしまうんですよね
That's true.
それで岡部さんと同じ気持ちを背負えますだから
Lukako truly cares for me and Mayuri. In the end, I have to grant her wish. When we get back to the lab, no one is there. Just a few days ago, Mayuri, Kurisudaru, and I were laughing here together. While with Mayuri gone, nothing seems to remain from those days but dreams. The lab feels truly empty. But I hide those feelings and lead Lukako to the development room. Luckily, the 42-inch CRT is turned on downstairs, so we can just start the time leap when we're ready.
飛び先はいつに？
あの日の朝に。
The morning of that day.
前日に飛んだりすると、きっと僕は現実を受け止めることができなくて動揺しちゃうと思うんです。だから。
So she's choosing the morning of that fateful day so she can cosplay with a smile. But to jump to the day would take at least 3 consecutive leaps. Will she be able to get all the way to the 15th? But despite my worries, Lukako remains undaunted.
無事に飛んだら俺に連絡を取るんだ。そうしたらきっと俺はお前を真由里のところに連れて行ってやる。
はい。
I cover Lukako's head with the time leap machine's headgear. Her body's clearly shaking, but that's understandable, I guess. Even I'm starting to get tense. My heart feels like it's about to explode. This is the first time leap machine experiment with a subject other than me. I can't stop thinking about the worst case
心
scenario.
配するな。脳が少し痛むぐらいだがすぐ収まる。
はい。
向こうについても決して取り乱すなよ。落ち着いて状況を理解するんだ。
Oh no, what if we haven't done this before, so we accidentally call Okabe's phone and Lukako enters Okabe's body. We override him. Oh no. Now we're definitely gonna have some identity issues.
大丈夫。俺がついている。
I gently caress Lukako's cheek. She responds with a small sigh of relief.
じゃあ、行きます。
I nod and hide the shaking of my fingertips as I set the microwave timer.
きっと戻ってきますから。
ああ、待っているぞ。
I smile to Lukako. Immediately afterwards, the discharge fills the room. I open my eyes wide in wonder as Lukako's body begins to shine. The building shakes violently. The smell of ozone fills the air. The light is blinding. I can hardly keep my eyes open.
岡部さん。
Lukako's cry is suddenly cut short. So what happens here? What? What the fuck? A shock ripples through my body like it always does right after time leaping. What the? This time I wasn't the one who leaped. But nevertheless, I teleported to the lab from the lab to Yanabayashi Shrine. Did the world line change? No, reading Steiner didn't activate, so I don't think it did. Then why? Was it because of Lukako's changes to the past? I look to the side, and there I see Lukako. She gets up and smiles once she notices my gaze.
見ますか？
She's like, I got the photos.
写真？
What's this about
行っ
pictures?
てきたんですよ。僕
She did it! She succeeded!
覚えてないんですか？岡部さん。急に様子が変わりましたけど。
お前が過去へ飛んで、その直後に俺はここに立っている。
Damn, it just instantly works
コミ
like
マに
that.
は行ってきたのか？
Lukako once again bursts into tears. Then she slowly nods. She takes out a few pictures and hands them to me.
あゆりちゃん。とても嬉しそうでした。
I look at the first picture handed to me. I gasp in surprise when I see what's on it. Come on, video game, please.
俺もお前もはしゃぎすぎだよな。
Oh my god, is he cosplaying too? Are they cosplaying Code Geass? I realize that I'm crying. Oh, we're not cosplaying, but we're cute together. We're hanging out. Oh, look at that. Oh my god. Fuck. In the picture, Mayuri is smiling. And we're smiling with her. What about the cosplay photos? Where's the cosplay? This is the cosplay. Well, the music's gonna be loud for this bit, I guess. But we did it. That was Lukako's ending. I will say I was surprised half the ending wasn't about Lukako. Hold on, I will turn this down a bit. There we go. I am really surprised like half of Lukako's ending wasn't about Lukako, but it makes sense given the like nature of the consequences of it. And the fact that we told her about that too. It is one of the endings that like stands out the most to me because it was like the most romance focused of all of the other routes out there. Very emotional. Or most of the routes that we've experienced so far. I'll turn it down a little bit again. Because, like, Ferris, like, she had a love thing going on with Okabe, but a lot of her stuff was also about her dad and, the, like, Rynet people and all that. And Akihabara stuff. Suzua's was all about, like, this very serious time travel shenanigans she's dealt with. And Mr. Braun. There's a lot going on there. So Lukako's is a very, very interesting route. I do enjoy it a lot. And again, I have all the achievements for Steins Gate on Steam, so I'm assuming I read this at some point, but I didn't remember it at all. But it really is a very... We're truly going through all of the horrific consequences of our choices with some of these bad ends. Ferris's was fucking depressing. Suzua's was fucking depressing. This one was fucking depressing. Holy shit. Oh my god, look at this! We have a child! Oh my god. Man, Link of Corruption and Rebirth completed. Well, let me set my volume back to the correct setting. Okay, and then back to this. A Chaos Child? You could say. Alright, but instead... Load. Oh wait, no, not this one. This was just gonna be... the call. Here we go. You remember me? No idea. Lukako places her fingers on top of mine. On top of the send button. Farewell, my love. Chapter 9. Infinitely Chained Optopuses, whatever. Alright. And that's where we're gonna wrap that up. I will probably... I'll just bring us to the main menu. We'll do that. So we can get that background music. Well, gamers, we did it. That was Lukako's route for Steins Gate. Next time, when we read Steins Gate, we'll be on Moika's route. We're getting closer and closer to the end of Steins Gate. I think there's like 11 chapters and then a true ending. And this was chapter 8. I think? Steins Gate chapters. Maybe there was 9. Hold on, let me just check. Ba-da-bum. Chapters, here we go. It looks like there's 11 chapters. I think the 11th is probably the true ending. Looks like it. So, okay. So next up, I believe we have Moika. And then afterwards, we gotta deal with, like, seeing if that fixes Mayuri stuff. and what happens afterwards. So, that's all we have for the stream. Thank you so much for coming to hang out. We have on the schedule, tomorrow I'll be busy, both at the movies, and then afterwards Ruri is going to be on the front page over on her channel playing some Sonic, I believe. So I'm going to be watching that. You should check that out if you get the chance as well at that time. It's a very exciting time to be on the Twitch front page. So it's going to be very cool. So yeah, so I'll be busy tomorrow, so no stream tomorrow. Wednesday I'll probably also be busy, so don't expect anything Wednesday. Thursday is book club. We're finishing the festival accompanying arc of the manga. So that's what we're doing then. Friday I'll be busy. Saturday, I have it written down as random. I could play more Steins Gate. I could play Mahjong. I could not stream. If I asked Oboro if Oboro is available, we might do more Donkey Kong Country. It might happen, but I wouldn't give any promises on that. You never know what's going to happen on Saturday for both of us. So it's a maybe on that. I could always just start a different SNES game too, but I think if I have the time on any given night currently, and I have like at least 4 or 5 hours available to us, we should stream Steins Gate so we can make our progress on that. Because we're like 8 chapters in, we just have to read 9, 10, 11. Like, we got 3 more Steins Gate, 3 to 4 more Steins Gate streams, and we're done pretty much, so we should probably focus on that. That said, I think the Ferris, Lukako, and Moika chapters are probably shorter than the other ones, though, so we'll be careful when we get towards the end about our timing. But roughly 5-7 hours. Did I say 5-7? Roughly 4 to 5 hours for these streams so far has been what's happened, so we'll keep it going with that. But anyways, that's all we got. Sunday, also, I forgot to mention, Sunday, we're continuing Sailor Moon R as the second season of Sailor Moon. We watched the first 6 episodes, so this Sunday we're going to be watching episodes 7 through 12. So if you're interested, that's in the Discord, discord.wolfborg.com. Thank you for hanging, everybody. I appreciate you all. Let's see who is around to raid tonight. Who do we got here? Who can we say hi to? Oh. I'm seeing Tekken. I'm seeing Persona. I'm seeing all sorts of things. I'm seeing LD Ring. We should probably raid Ruri. Ruri is going to be doing her front page stream tomorrow. We're not raiding into the front page stream, but it's the practice stream to stress test the PC before the front page stream tomorrow. So let's go say hi to Rudy. I appreciate you all. Thank you so much, everybody, for coming to hang out, and I will talk to you all later. Goodbye, gamers. Remember, El Sai Konguru. Oh, where's my button to go to the end screen? Is it this one?